several different ways. A large part of our effort involves advocating for children with disabilities and families in the space of education. Some of our work includes supporting schools and organizations in many different ways to build capacity and engage with everyone more meaningfully, to ensure that they can reach their maximum potential and be included in the society.
प्रीति और मैं आप सबको धन्यवाद कहना चाहते हैं और उम्मीद करते हैं कि ये समिट में हम ऐसी स्पेसेस क्रिएट कर पाए जहां आपको सुरक्षित और एकजुट महसूस हो। हम दोनों उम्मीद चाइल्ड डेवलपमेंट सेंटर की स्कूल सर्विसेज टीम के साथ काम करते हैं। उम्मीद एक नॉट फॉर प्रॉफिट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है जहां हम जिन बच्चे जिनको डेवलपमेंटल डिसेबिलिटीज है उनके और उनके परिवार के साथ उन्हें समाज में इंक्लूड करने के तरफ काम करते हैं और उन्हें उनके मैक्सिमम पोटेंशियल पूरी क्षमता तक पहुंचने में सपोर्ट करते हैं। उम्मीद में हम अपना काम बहुत तरीकों से करते हैं जिसका एक बड़ा हिस्सा है इन बच्चों और उनके परिवारों के लिए शिक्षा में एडवोकेट करना। हमारा काफी काम स्कूल्स और ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस के साथ काम करना है जहां हम क्षमता निर्माण की ओर काम करते हैं जिससे सब बच्चे अपने मैक्सिमम पोटेंशियल की ओर बढ़ पाए और समाज में बराबरी से शामिल हो पाए।
This journey began in the year 2021, which was the peak of COVID. Yet, along with Apni Shala Foundation, we managed to pull it off in an online mode. And in 2023, we moved from a purely online mode to a hybrid mode, where we can invite people from all over the world to come together and have conversations, hear from others, get to know each other and each other's work, and also collaborate to take this journey of making system inclusive and focused on well-being forward. This summit has been hosted for past 4 years and many amazing souls joined us across the country. In the 5th year, which is this year, we are excited to rebrand our summit from the SELebrating Inclusion Summit to the School Inclusion Summit, reflecting our focused commitment to promoting inclusion within schools. Inclusion is a multifaceted concept that encompasses various elements, including social emotional learning, which is SEL. While SEL remains a cornerstone of our effort, we recognize that this is a part of a broader umbrella of inclusive practices and that we aim to explore and enhance.
हम बहुत खुश हैं कि आज आप सबने हमें हमारे 5वें वर्ष के स्कूल इंक्लूजन समिट में ज्वाइन किया है। ये जो सफर है जिसमें हम लोगों को और ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस जो एजुकेशन की तरफ काम कर रहे हैं उनको साथ में लाने की कोशिश करते हैं। ये सफर हमने 2021 में अपनी शाला फाउंडेशन के साथ शुरू किया था जब कोविड था। कोविड होने के वजह से हमने ये समिट को ऑनलाइन किया था। 2023 में हमने हाइब्रिड मोड जिसमें ऑनलाइन और ऑफलाइन मोड को मिक्स किया था, यानी कि कुछ सेशंस जूम पर हुए और कुछ सेशंस इन पर्सन हुए थे। यहाँ हम सारी दुनिया के लोगों को इनवाइट कर पाए, यहाँ पर आकर चर्चा कर पाए, शेयर कर पाए कि वो क्या करते हैं, एक दूसरे से सुन पाए और एक दूसरे के साथ ये सफर को इंक्लूसिव सिस्टम्स और वेलबींग की तरफ फोकस्ड हो उसे आगे लेके जाने के कुछ स्टेप्स ले पाए। इसी के साथ हमने देखा कि जब लोग इन पर्सन एक दूसरे से मिलते हैं तो वो और बेहतर तरीके से जुड़ पाते हैं। ये समिट हम पिछले 4 वर्षों से होस्ट कर रहे हैं और हम बहुत थैंकफुल है वो सारे लोगों को जो हमें हर साल ज्वाइन करते हैं और उन लोगों को भी जिन्होंने हमें आज इस बार पहली बार ज्वाइन किया। ये साल हम 5वीं बार समिट होस्ट कर रहे हैं और हमने इस बार हमारे समिट का नाम में परिवर्तन लाया है। पिछले साल तक हम इसे सेलिब्रेटिंग इंक्लूजन समिट कहते थे। इस साल हमने इसे रीब्रांड करके स्कूल इंक्लूजन समिट किया है। ये नाम हमारे काम को बखूबी दर्शाता है, जहां हम स्कूल में समावेश लाने के ऊपर काम करते हैं। हम ये मानते हैं कि समावेश एक बहुत बड़ा अम्ब्रेला टर्म है, जिसमें SEL, सामाजिक और भावनात्मक सीख के बारे में भी बात किया जा सकता है।
This summit aims to provide an enriching space where individuals and organizations can come together, explore and gain insights into practices and methodologies driving inclusion. Through this space, we also hope to foster partnerships and collaborations to take the work on inclusion forward and build a community of practice. Another integral part of the summit is not to just talk about well-being and inclusion, but also experience the same over these 2 days. The summit incorporates practices to promote mental health, emotional well-being, and a sense of belonging so that the participants can experience these and draw on them to take it back to their own context.
ये समिट का उद्देश्य मकसद ये है कि लोग और संगठन साथ में आ पाए, एक दूसरे के काम को जान पाए और एक दूसरे के इंक्लूजन के प्रति काम करने के तरीके को समझ पाए। ये स्पेस के जरिए हम ये भी उम्मीद करते हैं कि हम कैसे साझेदारी और सहयोग को बढ़ावा दें, ताकि हम एक कम्युनिटी ऑफ प्रैक्टिस, एक समुदाय बनाए। इस समिट का एक और एलिमेंट ये भी है कि हम सिर्फ समावेश और मानसिक स्वास्थ्य के बारे में बातें ही ना करें, बल्कि ये स्पेसेस को अनुभव भी करें। ये समिट ऐसे ही प्रैक्टिसेस को शामिल किया गया है जो मानसिक स्वास्थ्य, भावनाओं को समझना और अपनेपन को महसूस करने पे है, ताकि जो पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं ये अपने काम में ये प्रैक्टिसेस को लेकर जा पाए।
As we continue with our annual advocacy efforts to work towards inclusion, I would like to take this opportunity now to share the context and intention of this year's summit. The theme for this year's summit is Unpacking Inclusion in School Spaces. We will explore inclusion in different spaces for different stakeholders and using different approaches. This theme underscores our commitment in examining and understanding the diverse ways in which inclusion can be implemented and experienced with school communities.
जैसे कि हम हमारा सालाना एडवोकेसी इवेंट करते हैं इंक्लूजन के प्रति, मैं ये मौका लेकर शेयर करना चाहती हूँ कि इस समिट का संदर्भ और मकसद क्या है। इस वर्ष का हमारा थीम है स्कूल स्पेसेस में इंक्लूजन की समझ के बारे में चर्चा करना। ये चर्चा हम अलग अलग स्कूल स्पेसेस, स्टेक होल्डर्स यानी कि स्कूल या एजुकेशन सिस्टम में काम करने वाले लोग और उनके अलग अलग तरीकों के बारे में बात करेंगे। ये थीम हमारे काम के साथ बहुत अलाइन होता है, जिसमें हम ये बात करते हैं कि कैसे विभिन्न तरीकों से समावेश लाया जा सकता है। अभी हम थोड़ा एक्सेसिबिलिटी के बारे में बात करेंगे। इन आवर अटेम्प्ट टू वर्क थ्रू एक्सेसिबिलिटी ऑफ कंटेंट, हमारे जो सेशंस हैं वो मोस्टली इंग्लिश और हिंदी में होंगे, which means that if the panelists share in English, the moderator will summarize the points in Hindi, and if they are sharing it in Hindi, they will be summarized in English. क्लोज कैप्शनिंग अवेलेबल होंगी इंग्लिश सेशन के लिए, आप उसको एक्टिवेट कर सकते हो अपने स्क्रीन्स पे। We also have sign language interpreter with us on both the days who will support interpretation during the panels. Please spotlight Neelam and Ravina. Let me introduce you to Lavina. Lavina proudly identifies as Koda, child of deaf adults. She has completed her master's degree in human resources and has also done a course in Indian Sign Language. She works as a freelance interpreter, and through her work, she has visited many states and cities, actively engaging with deaf culture and participating in deaf festivals across the country. Thank you for joining us, Lavina. I would also like to introduce Neelam. Neelam has completed her B.Ed in special education with a specialization in hearing impairment. She holds a diploma in Indian sign language interpretation. She has experience working as a sign language interpreter and is currently working as a trainee special educator where she supports children with various disabilities in inclusive setting. Neelam is deeply passionate about the holistic development and inclusion of children with special needs and bring both dedication and empathy to her work. Thank you, Neelam, for joining us. माइक्स को म्यूट पर रखा जाएगा, पर आपको किसी सेशन में या किसी सेशन के अंत में सवाल पूछने हैं तो जरूर हैंड रेज करने के बटन का इस्तेमाल कीजिए और टीम में से कोई एक आपको अनम्यूट कर देंगे. जूम गाइडलाइंस फंक्शन. अभी हम थोड़ा सा जूम गाइडलाइंस फंक्शन के बारे में बात करेंगे. If your name appears different from what you prefer being addressed, as then we recommend you to rename yourself with what you would like to be addressed in case we receive questions from you. आपको एक चैट फंक्शन भी दिखेगा स्क्रीन पर. उसके जरिए आप अटेंडीज और SIS टीम के मेंबर से बात कर सकते हो. There are people in the participant list rename as send me your question. You can type your question directly towards them and address it to the people. आप ये reactions का भी इस्तेमाल कर सकते हो to share your expression in this entire day today. अभी हम थोड़ा Zoom questions के बारे में बात करेंगे. अगर आपको कोई सवाल पूछना है सेशन से रिलेटेड तो आप अपने क्वेश्चंस को सेंड मी और क्वेश्चन पे भेज सकते हैं. दिस विल ऑल्सो अपीयर एट द बॉटम. These questions will either be answered by one of the panelists or the moderator may direct them to the panelist. You can also raise your hand function to ask your question depending on the availability of time. अगर आपको कोई और सपोर्ट चाहिए तो हमें ईमेल कर सकते हो sis@umeed.org पे.
As you can see, these are the sessions planned for today. Our first session will begin in a few minutes. सबसे पहले हमारी वेलबींग एक्टिविटी होगी 10:30 से 11 बजे तक. एक शांत और सुकून भरी शुरुआत हमारे दिन के लिए. उसके बाद 11 बजे से 11:40 बजे तक हमारा पहला कीनोट डिस्कशन होगा. फिर 11:40 से 1:15 तक एक पैनल डिस्कशन होगा जिसका विषय है रीइमेजिनिंग इंक्लूजन इन स्कूल स्पेसेस, यानी किसी को शामिल करना स्कूल में किस तरह से नजर आता है. इसके बाद 1:15 से 2:10 तक हमारा लंच और शोकेस होगा. ये दोनों स्पेस एक ही टाइम पर होगा. ये कैसे होगा? हम एक ब्रेकआउट रूम में जाएंगे जहां अलग अलग ऑर्गेनाइजेशन अपने काम और प्रैक्टिसेस दिखाएंगे वीडियोस के जरिए से. आप वीडियोस देखते वक्त अपने रिएक्शंस या रिफ्लेक्शंस चैट में शेयर कर सकते हैं. उम्मीद है कि इन वीडियो गैलरी के जरिए हम कुछ नए आइडियाज अपने कॉन्टेक्स्ट में ले जा सकें. उसके बाद 2:15 से 3:30 बजे तक स्टोरी स्पेस होगा. इस स्पेस का उद्देश्य है लोग आके अपनी कहानियां शेयर करें, वो बताएं कि इंक्लूजन उनके लिए क्या है और सिस्टम में उन्हें क्या चीजें सपोर्ट करती है. और अंत में 3:30 से 4:30 तक होंगे 3 पैरेलल वेलबींग सेशंस जहां हम वेलबींग और इंक्लूजन की कहानियां म्यूजिक एंड क्रिएटिव एक्सप्रेशंस के जरिए से एक्सप्लोर करेंगे और महसूस करेंगे. ये पूरा दिन रिफ्लेक्शन, लर्निंग एंड कनेक्शन से भरा होगा. चलिए शुरुआत करते हैं. ऑल्सो प्लीज स्टे लॉग्ड इन ऑन दिस लिंक ओनली फॉर दिस डे. आज के दिन हमारा ऑनलाइन है तो आज के दिन हम यही वाला जूम लिंक यूज करेंगे हमारी सारी एक्टिविटीज के लिए. नाउ फॉर दोज ऑफ यू हु आर एक्टिव ऑन सोशल मीडिया, कैन वी गो टू द नेक्स्ट स्लाइड? Yes. For those of you who are active on social media and would like to share your learnings and experience at the summit, feel free to do so and tag us at Umeed CDC, that is our Instagram account, using the following hashtag. First hashtag is SIS 2025. Another hashtag is School Inclusion Summit. The third hashtag is Inclusive Education. The fourth hashtag is Unpacking Inclusion. And the last hashtag is Umeed for all. We'll wait for this. If you want, you can take a screenshot of this. Please tag us and use these hashtags. Okay. Thank you all once again for being here, and we hope you have an enriching 2 day ahead. Now, For our next activity, I would like to invite Noemi and Nausheen to lead the well-being activity. Can we please spotlight Noemi and Nausheen?
Good morning. Yes. Good morning, everyone. My name is Nausheen Merchant. I'm wearing orange and white color clothes with floral print on it. I'm wearing white colored earrings and I have curly hair. I'm a part of Umid Child Development Center and I work with school services team. With me is Noemi. Noemi, would you like to introduce yourself?
Thank you, Nausheen. Good morning. I am Noemi Hendricks. I am wearing a colorful dress with pink and white floral patterns, and I have paired it with dangling earrings. I have shoulder length curly hair, which is tucked behind my ears. I too am part of Umi Child Development Center and work with the school services team. Welcome to the Wellbeing session. We are happy to have you here. So, we will start with the feeling check-in. There are icons on the screen जो अलग-अलग feelings को reflect करते हैं that many of us may be experiencing. I will read out once, फिर हम सब share करेंगे. Inviting you all to share your feelings on the chat box. If there's any feeling missed, feel free to mention it in the chat box. So I'm going to read the feelings on the screen. The first one is optimistic, which is दिलों में उम्मीद है. Stressed, मन भारी लग रहा है. Loved, which is अपनापन. Exhausted, थकान. Uncertain, उलझन. Playful, मस्ती भरी. Energized, उस्तादी. Adventurous, साहसी. Carefree, बिंदास. Inspired, प्रेरित. Peaceful, शांत. Relaxed, आरामदायक. Motivated, जोशीला. Lucky, भाग्यशाली. Connected, जुड़ा हुआ. Please put in your feelings on the chat box. So we're getting quite a few responses on the chat box, and I will read some of them. Thank you for sharing your feelings with us at this particular space. We're really, really happy to have you here. So we have some feelings, which is hope, excited, connected, uncertain, energized. We thank you so much for sharing your feeling with us. We really, really, really hope you enjoy our well-being space. I'm so glad to see a lot of you all that are motivated, connected, and really energized to be here.
Can we move to the next slide, Terzi? Now I would invite you all to think back to your school days. Who was that person who made you feel included? कोई ऐसा इंसान जो आपको सेफ फील करवाया स्कूल स्पेस में, वो कोई फ्रेंड, टीचर, स्टाफ मेंबर या क्लासमेट भी हो सकता है. I would request the participants to scan the QR code on the screen, and if there is some challenge or glitch while scanning the QR code, you can type out www.menti.com on the Google and enter the code mentioned on the screen. For this activity, we'll have 5 minutes to enter our responses. I'll repeat the instructions. स्क्रीन पर QR कोड दिया गया है, उस QR कोड को स्कैन करके रिस्पॉन्स लिखना है, उस पर्सन का नाम लिखना है जो आपको स्कूल स्पेस में सेफ और इंक्लूडेड फील करवाया हो। वो कोई फ्रेंड, टीचर, स्टाफ मेंबर या क्लासमेट भी हो सकता है।
जो लिंक है वो चैट बॉक्स में भी भेजा है। Please click on the link and enter your responses.
Can we share the Mentimeter slide now? Okay, I can see a lot of responses. So I'll read out a few. We can see a lot of teachers, friends, class teacher, my fourth standard class teacher, Momita, my friend, Arpita, madam, English teacher, my friends at school, Rosie, ma'am, my Sanskrit teacher, school counselor, art teacher, some teachers, caregivers, mostly me who survive, my fifth class teacher, SST teacher, Geeta Singh, Maushis, yes. Okay, principal, okay, that's interesting. Music, ninth standard science teacher, okay, that's a lot of people. Thank you so much for engaging. Now Noemi will take this forward with an activity.
Wait, no. So we've received so many responses from everyone. Is it okay for a few of you to maybe raise up your hands, unmute yourself,
Yeah.
and maybe tell us an incident of how you felt included? How did that person make you feel included in your school days? Can we have some hands raised? And I will call up the participants. What participant? Okay, so we have.
Yeah, good morning all. My name is Neena Girish. So one thing that made me feel included is during my class 12, when my history teacher, we had that youth parliament competition where I played the role of deputy speaker. And when the role of speaker, the child fell ill. So my history teacher wanted me to take the role for the final competition, where other teachers were inhibited because they never saw me speak. But only one thing that he said was, I trust you, don't let me down. So that helped me, and I won the first prize as for the role of speaker. That was in way back in 1991. So that teacher is always special to me, because I think that is where I got the confidence to speak now as a storyteller and as a school librarian. So that's it.
Thank you, Neena, so much for sharing your experience. We have Sultan Kedar, who's also raised their hand. And then next we can have Twinkle Joshi to share in your experiences.
Yeah, good morning to everyone. This is Sultan Kader. I'm from Chennai.
Your
I'm the
voice is very soft. I don't know if it is
okay.
possible.
I hope it's audible now.
Yes, better.
Okay, so I'm Sultan Kader. I'm from Chennai. So I was the one who put principal in the list. So the thing is, my father and the school principal of mine, they had a same quality. The quality which is lacking nowadays, it's listening quality. So they listen, irrespective of the position they are in. He's a principal. He might have a lot of work, but in spite of all that, he listens to what the other person says. He listens to what we think, what is the problem, and how to come to the solution of that. So that always inspired me, so that whenever you are having a dialogue, it's important to listen to the other person
Yeah.
without interrupting, without coming to a judgment or assumption. That is why I put Paul and my father on the list. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Twinkle?
Hello, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Hello.
I would like to share my experience that at school time, at my schooling, at the time of my schooling, one of my English teacher, uh, she believed in me, and we had a practice first time started in our school, that buddy learning practice. Means there was a group study system called that one child who is good in studies will be allocating him or herself with three or four children who need little help, so they can learn with the buddy and then they can grow. So in that, my teacher chosen me, one of those children, that okay, you have got 4 to 5 buddies and you have to make them study. You have to solve their doubts and all that. And I was very shy at that time, but still she believed in me. And then I moved forward. And then from there, from class 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, that factor of teaching in myself she saw, and then I grew myself. And now I am very successful teacher right from 7 years. And I'm very, very, very proud, and I'm very happy that because of her, that was a little push that made my career. Thank you.
That's really lovely to hear that we've all, like most of us who have shared our experiences, or maybe who are not really comfortable in sharing experience, but I hope that all of us have had someone that made us feel seen, valued, and really happy in life. So moving on to the next activity that I have planned out is that अब मैं आपको invite करती हूँ to take this reflection one step further. अगले समय लीजिए and try to connect with that person who made you feel included in school space. Can we do that? Maybe we can start doing that. आप उन्हें एक छोटा सा मैसेज लिख सकते हैं, एक वॉइस नोट भेज सकते हैं, or you can call them now. The message can be simple, just letting them know that they made a difference in your life by including you. So can we take like 5 to 7 minutes right now and maybe text the person, or if you want to go and call the person and just, maybe thank them. And it's also important to remember that we ourselves do have the power, and we ourselves have got us through so many things. And that is why don't we also take a moment to thank ourselves for coming so far? So I'm going to give you 5 to 7 minutes. I will send in reminders accordingly. And I really, really hope that you all go and send that one particular message of gratitude to someone who made you feel included. I am going to repeat the instruction a bit more slowly this time. अब मैं आपको invite करती हूँ to take this reflection one step further. अगले 5 to 7 minutes का समय लीजिए and try to connect with that person who made you feel included in school spaces. आप उन्हें एक छोटा सा मैसेज लिख सकते हैं, एक वॉइस नोट भेज सकते हैं, or you can call them now. The message can be simple, just letting them know that they made a difference in your life by including you. You start.
Okay, so now I would invite everyone to come back to this space, and I hope you all got a chance to share the short message, voice note, or if you've called them, you got a chance to call that person who made you feel included in school. Now we'll open up the space to take responses from you all. If anybody would want to share, how did this made you feel, and how did this made the other person feel?
तो मैं पहले स्टार्ट करती हूँ. So I would like to give a huge shout out to my friends and my family जो मुझे इतना सपोर्ट किया कि मैं आज यहाँ तक पहुँच गई. और जो ये सेशन में भी है, जो लोग हैं, आई विल नेम अ फ्यू, जो है दीपिका, जो है अनुराग, जो है जो मेरी सेशन में यहाँ पे है, और दे आर सेंडिंग मी सो मेनी मैसेजेस. मेरी मम्मी पापा जो ऑनलाइन यूट्यूब पे भी देख रही है. Thank you so much for everything that you do and for also making me feel included, especially when I myself am not that great at Hindi, and yet these are the people जो मेरे लिए translate करती थी कि जो हिंदी में बात कर रहा था, कि मराठी में बात कर रहा था, कि क्या क्या बोल रहा था. They used to be the ones that used to translate for me in my own spaces, and that is how they made me also feel inclusive growing up. तो कैन वी प्लीज हैव, हम लोग हाथ रेस कर सकते हैं अगर किसी को शेयर करना है कि उन लोग ने किसको कॉल किया और क्या क्या बताया, कि कुछ और स्टोरीज शेयर करना है, तो प्लीज हाथ रेस करो.
Yes, Neena.
Okay, so I have voice messaged my sir. He'll respond hopefully, but yes, every day or all throughout I've been remembering him. Then the other person whom I have messaged now is my coach and mentor, Shivali, for making me, revisit my strength and understand my weakness and work accordingly. So my gratitude to them for making me who I am. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, Vandana. Huh.
Yes. Hi. Good morning. I had mentioned two names actually. One of my teacher and another one was Bibi Gupta ma'am. And another was my best friend Geeta Singh. So those were those people who made me very feel special, included during my school days actually. But unfortunately, my ma'am is no more. So I missed her so much. It's not possible to contact her. But I said prayers for her soul. She is guiding me from there. And my friend also, I don't know where she is. I'm still searching for her. So through this activity, I said prayers for her well-being also, and hope we meet soon because she was my best friend in 7th and 8th standard. So I hope to meet her. So it made me emotional also, but
Yeah.
I said prayers for them for their well-being. Thank you.
That's so sweet. Thank you so much. Anybody else who would like to share? Yes, Twinkle.
Hello, thank you so much for this opportunity. I have shared a text message to my teacher, the one who I have talked about, and I'm really very excited that as soon as she will see the message, right now she is teaching, so her phone is in the net off mode, and whenever she will receive the message, I'm really excited what will be the reaction, and I'm sure as I know her personally, she is very emotional and very, that kind of person के आंखों में उसके पानी आएगा, and she will call me and I'm really excited and thank you आपने मुझे इतने सालों बाद मुझे ये opportunity मिली कि मैं उनको ये message कर पाई. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. We can take last two responses. Anybody who would like to share? Yes, Shruti, go ahead.
As everybody is sharing about the teachers, so for me also, one of my teacher is very taking care of myself during the school life. So I'm not in contact during these times with her, but then too during this messaging time, I wrote a one small message in my book. I will like whenever I get to like I will contact with her. I will show this message to her, and then now I feel very very safe and very confident because of that teacher. We like as an inclusive and as a special educator, I feel very proud to my dad teachers to be like. So thank you, and thank you for the opportunity also.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing. So,
Yeah.
yes, we can have your response now.
Hello. I ended up messaging one of my first grade teachers. She was one of the first people who encouraged me to start reading. My love for reading stems from her encouragement, and we've stayed in touch all these years. Like I am 19 now, I'm in second year now, but we still stay in touch. And she was one of the first teachers that really inspired me to be what I am today. Like me being you could say an academic overachiever. All of those things stemmed from her and her encouragement. So I sent her a text saying that she's the reason that I got into teaching. Like I teach little kids of my own now, and she ended up responding with how proud she was with me. And yeah, it was a very wholesome conversation we had right now.
Wow, beautiful. Thank you so much. We can take the last response from Meenu, and then we will close the space and go for.
Hi. I go back to my early stage of my career, and I had just come back from the maternity leave, and so I would like to thank one of my friend and colleague who is still with me for it has been almost 20 years. And when I had returned back from my maternity leave, and there was this trainings going on in our organization, and I was like literally asked not to go because I have a small baby, but I think her efforts and she raised her hand and she said that no, like coming back from the leave is not this thing. You can't exclude her. You need to create that space and opportunity for her. So I thanked her and also wrote a very a kind of a note for her that thank you for being here, because I think had she not brought in that space, I had not felt so confident listening, because there are people who have made you feel included, and hence you are at that junction where you can like even ask for the rights of others, fight for the rights of
Right.
others.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the sharing. So thank you everyone for
Nausheen, you are on mute.
Yes, yes. So thank you so much for engaging with us. We'll close the space by a feeling checkout. You can share your feeling in just one word. How after this entire 30-minute space, how are you feeling? अभी इस वक्त आपको कैसा feel हो रहा है? हम chat box पर डाल सकते हैं, and I will read out the responses as we receive. And I'll share my feeling. Right now, I'm feeling very inspired, and I'm also missing my school teacher. So that's my feeling. You can see grateful, blessed, excited for the session. Yes. Connected, calm, feeling grateful, very confident and lucky, loved. Yes. I feel like I belong, touched, emotional and hopeful. Okay, I might miss a few. Very grateful, so blessed and calm. My God, couldn't thank you. Thank you so much. Touched, learning, yes. Feeling nostalgic and grateful. Thank you. Thank you so much. Visited all memories again. Yes. Grateful and being understood. Learning, yes. Okay. I'm feeling thankful and nostalgic. Okay. Thank you so much. Now I will hand it over to Preeti to take this forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Noemi and Nausheen, for holding this space for us and giving us a really nice beginning of the day. Now let's go to the next segment. This year, we have added a new element to the summit. The element of a keynote that allows us to bring in stories and lived experiences of inclusion and inclusive practices that the world needs to hear. And to bring in such stories, I would like to call Dr. Vibha Krishnamurthy, founder of Umeed Child Development Center. Vibha is a developmental pediatrician by training, but to describe her only through a professional lens. Can we spotlight Vibha? Yes. Okay. Yes. So I was talking about her. To describe her only through her professional lens would be an understatement. She's a person who dreams of building a space where children with developmental disability and their family could access care with dignity, empathy, and excellence. She turned that dream into Umeed. Over the past 2 decades, Dr. Vibha has nurtured a team, a culture, and a movement rooted in inclusion, compassion, and collaboration. Her work has influenced policies, practices, and most importantly, the lives of thousands of children and families across the country. What stands out most about Vibha, though, is her deep humanity, where she is mentoring a team member, listening to a caregiver, or engaging with a child. She brings her full presence, warmth, and wisdom. It's an honor to introduce not just a leader in this field, but also a remarkable human being who embodies the heart and soul of Umeed. Please welcome Dr. Vibha.
Thank you so much, Preeti, for that warm welcome. And if you see either of us looking to the side, it's because we're sitting next to each other, even though we're on different Zoom windows. Firstly, let me say a big thank you first to our two sign language interpreters, Lavina and Neelam. And secondly, a warm thank you to my beloved school inclusion team, school services team, and for this opportunity to meet so many wonderful human beings on one platform. There are over 150 of you, and I feel very privileged as a pediatrician and as part of Umeed to be welcoming you to this summit. May I request that I be allowed to share screen?
Tazim, can you please?
Yeah, I think I've got that permission. Can you all see my screen? No? Okay. Now? Okay, great. So the topic that landed up with me was the heart of education, equity, empathy, and inclusion. और मुझे लगा कि ये टॉपिक देख के कि ये तो यहाँ पे जो आने वाले सारे लोग हैं, all 150 of you are committed to this. And I thought, why am I preaching to the choir? Why am I telling people who already know this, what the heart of education is. तो मुझे लगा कि शायद in a way it can be a shared story for all of us. There may be different reasons for each of us, but I thought it would be helpful to say why we do what we do. So I put the subtitle as Why We Do What We Do. So if I look at what UNICEF says, education is a passport to the future. यानी कि सबकी भी भविष्य जो है छोटे बच्चों की अगर उनके पास एजुकेशन हो तो वो बदल सकती है. And it is truly true. It can cut short intergenerational poverty. It can give people a different opportunity in life. And it can really change lives for anybody if they have access to education. And the UNICEF statement really says that all children, especially the most vulnerable that you and I deal with, must have access to quality education. And what does that look like? It has to be inclusive, equitable. That means everybody gets not the same, but what they need. And here we have the topic for today, equity, inclusion. And the last one, I think I had been given empathy, but I'm going to talk instead about compassion. And there's a difference between the two, and we'll talk about that. So even though we know that there is a lot of inequity in education, that there are schools that don't have basic facilities, there are schools where teachers don't show up, we know that there is a lot of inequity in the quality of education. One of the biggest challenges, अगर आप Google या ChatGPT में डालेंगे कि आज के स्कूल्स के सबसे बड़ी चैलेंज कौन सी है, तो ये सारी चीजें नहीं आती हैं. फंडिंग नहीं आता है, इनइक्विटी नहीं आता है, लेकिन स्ट्रेस और मेंटल हेल्थ स्टूडेंट्स और टीचर्स की, दिस कम्स अप. Violence and bullying in the classroom, this comes up. And unfortunately, this is one of the biggest issues that we are dealing with today. So I thought rather than focus on inequity and focus on the fact that we need equal opportunities in funding, etc., we should focus on how do we include compassion in the classroom. And before we do that, let's talk about what we are seeing instead. What are children scared of in school? जब बच्चे स्कूल में आते हैं तो उन्हें किस चीज का डर लगता है? पहली बात तो ये कि मैं फेल हो जाऊंगा, मेरे टेस्ट में गंदे नंबर आएंगे और मैं फेल हो जाऊंगा. A fear of failure that every single one of us till today carries with us. रात को जब बुरे सपने आते हैं, very often when I ask people what was your nightmare, मैं एग्जाम में था और मुझे कुछ नहीं आता था. Right? That's what I hear. Ridicule, कि बच्चे हमारे मजाक उड़ाएंगे. Kids will make fun of me. The teacher will make fun of me. The teacher will call home and tell my parents that I'm doing something wrong or not doing well in school. You know, it made me so happy to hear how many of you remembered a warm and loving teacher who made you feel included, because I hear the opposite too. A teacher who was not warm and inclusive and quite scary in the classroom. So bullying by the teacher as well as bullying by other students is the kind of stories that I hear very often. I wanted to share with you some of the things that I hear students say. So this was Alicia. She's a 6-year-old, just diagnosed with a learning disability. And here's what she said to me when I asked her who's her favorite teacher. She said, Mrs. So-and-so is my favorite teacher. And when I asked her why, she said, because she doesn't shout. All the other teachers shout when you make a mistake, and she's the only one who doesn't shout. And then I had this young boy from 8th standard who said to me, our history teacher is fair. उनके कोई favorites नहीं है, कोई खास नहीं है उनके लिए, लेकिन सबके ऊपर चिल्लाते हैं. We are all scared of him. And he said, I try to get through each class, each school day by being invisible. I try to fly under the radar and try to be like as quiet as possible. And then I asked him, are you interested in history? Do you think you'll take up history in 11th and 12th? And he said, that has to be the funniest thing I've heard all day. History तो रहने दो, मेरी सारे efforts इस चीज पे लगी रहती हैं कि कोई मुझे देखे ना और मुझ पे चलाए ना. So that was his effort in the classroom. And then I have my student, not my student, my patient, who was once a student. And what he said to me was really interesting. And this is a book written by Aditya Iyer and Farangis Denavi. I would urge all of you to read this book if you can. It's now available online on Amazon. It's called This Is My Normal. And it's a book written by two autistic individuals, autistic, authentic, and alive. So here's what he says. Ever since I was a child, my mind has latched on to things with an intensity that others never seem to understand. It started with dinosaurs, not a general love, but an all-consuming need to know everything. Species, fossil sites, science of extinction. And then he goes on to describe how he read every book, he watched every TV show, he watched every YouTube video, discovered every dictionary that would tell him meanings. And then when he would go to class, his teachers would be happy with his knowledge. But every question in class, he would put his hand up and he would answer and give a long, excited explanation. And that made his peers roll their eyes. They thought he was showing off. They thought that he knew too much. And it was the first time that he realized that his passion, something that made me feel so alive, could also make me feel so alone. And this experience of exclusion, not feeling included because you were different, because of a passion that you had, not because you were mean to someone or were doing anything to harm anyone, but because you loved something so much and you knew so much about it, that itself was reason enough for isolation and exclusion. So when the pandemic was on, आप सबको याद है कि बच्चे स्कूल नहीं जा रहे थे और ऐसे था कि बच्चे घर से पढ़ रहे थे, कभी-कभी अपना वीडियो ऑफ करते थे. And I made it a practice that whenever I was seeing my patients online at that time, I asked them कि आपका साल कैसे बीत रहा है? How are you doing? How has the pandemic been for you? And many children spoke about what they had lost during the pandemic. I can't meet my friends. I can't meet, my teachers whom I like. Break time में जो मजा आता था वो नहीं आता है. पैंडेमिक में ये सारी चीजें बच्चे मिस कर रहे थे और बहुत सारे लोग लर्निंग लॉस की बात करते हैं पैंडेमिक के दौरान कि बच्चे सीख नहीं पा रहे थे, उनके बेसिक्स ऑफ एजुकेशन मिस हो गए थे. लेकिन मेरे बहुत सारे पेशेंट्स ने जो कि बहुत सारे ऑटिस्टिक थे या लर्निंग डिसेबल थे या गे थे, LGBTQ कम्युनिटी से बिलोंग करते थे, बहुत सारों ने मुझे बताया it was the best year of my life. No bullying. I could actually learn, said one autistic teen to me. Outside the classroom too, school is not often a physically or emotionally safe space. तो जो बाथरूम में रिसेस के टाइम में जो वो ट्रॉमा को एक्सपीरियंस करते थे, वो चीज उनके जिंदगी में इस वक्त नहीं था और ट्रॉमेटिक होने के बजाय, मिस करने के बजाय वो सुरक्षित महसूस कर रहे थे. These children were feeling safe for the first time in their lives and were able to learn. Such a relief, Ananya told me. She was a 12-year-old. She said, such a relief not to have classmates giggling when I went to the teacher for extra help or took longer than everyone to complete the classwork. And this was a 12-year-old with a learning disability. So how are these students feeling in the classroom? They are experiencing fear. And when our mind experiences fear, we do one of three things. जब हमारे मन में या हमारे दिमाग में डर रहता है, तो we experience one of three things. We either want to fight or flight, which is run away, or if you can't do either, क्लासरूम में ना तो आप लड़ झगड़ सकते हो, ना ही आप भाग सकते हो क्लासरूम से. You freeze. You are just transporting your mind to some other space or just freezing because you cannot respond to the fear in any other way. I want to show you a little bit about this heart of education जिसकी हम बात कर रहे हैं. वो दरअसल दिमाग में है, हार्ट में नहीं है, right? So the secret to the heart of education is actually in the brain. And because I'm a physician and because I love neuroscience, I want to show you something. This is our brain, right? And in our brain, there is a small little section called the amygdala. And this is in the center of the brain. And when you are scared or face something scary, हमारे घर में या हमारे स्कूल में तो टाइगर तो है नहीं, लेकिन when you see something scary, like a scary teacher or a student who is threatening towards you or a group of students because of whom you feel scared to go to the bathroom, your amygdala is fired. Your amygdala lights up. हमारी fear response जो है, ब्रेन के इस छोटे से हिस्से में है. साथ ही साथ आप देखते हैं कि ये चीज है हिप्पोकैम्पस. That's the part of brain associated with learning and memory. So when your amygdala is fired and you are scared, your hippocampus or your learning and memory will only learn one thing. This is a situation that is scary for me. You're not going to learn anything else. So for example, if I tell you, pay very careful attention to what I'm saying now, but by the way, my pet snake is in the same room and he roams around your ankles, you are not going to be listening and paying attention to what I'm saying, and you are not going to remember what I say to you. अगर मैंने आपको कहा कि ध्यान से सुनिएगा जो मैं आपको बताने वाली चीज ये बहुत जरूरी है, लेकिन आपकी कुर्सी जरा टूटी हुई है, कभी भी गिर सकती है, तो आप हमेशा इस डर में बैठे रहेंगे कि मेरी कुर्सी गिरने वाली है या मैं गिरने वाला हूं और ये कुर्सी टूटी हुई है, राइट? आपको मेरी बात का ध्यान बिल्कुल नहीं रहेगा. और ना ही आप अपना प्रीफ्रंटल कॉर्टेक्स, which is the front part of your brain that is associated with thinking, the more mature part of your brain, जहां पे आप decisions लेते हैं कि इसको टाइम से करना है, इसको सही करना है, ना ही आप वो इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं. So your amygdala becomes the most lit up part of your brain when you are scared. So your sympathetic nervous system, आपने adrenaline का नाम सुना होगा कि हमारे पूरे शरीर में adrenaline भर जाता है जो हमारे sympathetic nervous system से हुआ है. So what happens then? You start sweating, your heart rate goes up, your blood pressure goes up, your breathing becomes shallow, and you are not able to quietly listen and take in information, right? So I want you to think about this feeling, this fight or flight response, fight, flight, or freeze response. What happens to us in the morning, right? We're getting late for work. I know, for example, this morning I was getting late for work. My car broke down. I had a visit to the dentist before I came in here. On top of it, I realized because my car was broken down, I had to take a taxi. I couldn't find a taxi. I knew that I had to remember all my things before leaving. So I was certainly almost in the state that you're seeing this man here, right? I wasn't quite tearing my hair out, but my heart rate was up. My breathing was shallow. I was sweating a little bit. As it is, it was hot. So when you are in this state, you can't learn. Fear and learning do not go together. If the classroom is linked with fear response, a child cannot learn effectively. And we know that we need to change that. So how do we want children to feel instead? Do we want a classroom like this? I can kind of imagine a classroom like this. I don't want to make any assumptions, but I feel there is a little bit of fear in these children. They are told क्लास में चुप बैठना है, एक के पीछे एक बैठना है, अपने बुक्स को सामने रखना है और टीचर जो बोल रही हैं वो सुनना है और लिखना है. And I know that most of you will know that if this teacher decides to shout, I'm not saying she does, poor thing, she may be a very nice person, but if this teacher yells at them, or if this teacher calls out the student who is daring to turn and look at something else, they are all going to be terrified, and I'm not sure how much they are learning. A classroom like this, the students are sitting in small groups. They have an opportunity to discuss, to be calm but curious, to explore, to look at new things together. This is what we want for our students in the classroom. So I want to introduce to you the zones of regulation, right? And let's see what this looks like. जब हम बच्चों को सिखाते हैं कि वो अपने खुद को कैसे रेगुलेट कर सकते हैं, हाउ डू यू रेगुलेट योर ओन इंटरनल स्टेट? So I remember once when I had gone to a school, the teacher told me that I asked her the question कि आप classroom को कैसे regulate करते हैं, आप कैसे discipline करते हैं, how do you manage classroom behaviors? And she looked very puzzled. Manage classroom behaviors? What do you mean? She asked me. So I said, अगर students बहुत noisy और boisterous हो जाते हैं, तो आप क्या करते हैं? किस तरीके से उनको quiet करते हैं? तो उन्होंने कहा कि मैं तो फर्स्ट स्टैंडर्ड पढ़ाती हूँ और मुझे ये चीज करनी ही नहीं पड़ती है, क्योंकि हम अपने स्टूडेंट्स को रेगुलेशन खुद कराना सिखाते हैं. So I said, what do you mean? This was my turn to look puzzled. So she said, we teach students that there is a learning zone. And when you find the classroom is getting too noisy or too disruptive for you to learn, then you need to then whoever who finds it too noisy and too disruptive has to turn off the light in the classroom. And she said, you'd be surprised, more often than not, it is not me. It is one of the student who gets up and turns off the light because they cannot pay attention when it is too noisy. And they have learned to recognize, okay, we are talking in small groups, we are doing projects, but suddenly it has gotten too noisy or suddenly there are too many people moving around. They come, they switch off the light, and all of us know it is a signal to settle down and pay attention. So this is what I wanted to introduce to you. The 4 zones of regulation. What we talked about, the getting stressed, angry, upset, terrified, is the red zone of regulation. Another possible zone is the yellow zone, where you're a little bit excited, being a little silly, you're a little tense, you're a little stressed, which many of us may or may not be feeling right now. And then you have the blue zone. I was noting right at the beginning, at the start, when people were asked, how are you feeling today? Many of you responded, exhausted. And this is the blue zone. You're tired, you're bored, you're sick, you're sad, and that's the exhausted, flat out zone. What we want is for our students to be in this zone, the green zone, where they are happy, they're focused, they're able to be calm, and they're able to take pride in their work. So this is the zone that we all want our students to be. Okay, it's time for an activity. I want to get you into the yellow zone. So if you all don't mind, could you turn on your cameras for a minute? Are people turning on their cameras? Okay. Okay. And what we are going to do is we're all going to stand up. Okay. And what I'd like us to do is to do 20 jumping jacks. You ready? And those of you who can't do jumping jacks because of physical limitations or because, you just don't want to, you're too tired, that's okay, right? Just imagine yourself doing jumping jacks so you can sit in your seat and just do this. Ready? Okay, Preeti, let's go. Sadekha, let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 more to go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, let's get back. Now, if you all were like me, quite unfit, by now your heart rate should be up a little bit, right? And your heart should be racing a little bit. You should be a little bit uncomfortable. And here I go again. So what I want us to do is now do a state regulation, right? We are going to take a little mindfulness break. So mindfulness means nothing, but your mind and body is in the same place at the same time, right? So what I would like to invite us all to do is to settle into a position that feels comfortable to us. All right, whenever you're ready, allow yourself maybe to close your eyes, if you are comfortable closing your eyes. Slowly start becoming aware of your surroundings. Maybe you can take a second, look around you, close your eyes again. Listen to the sounds around you. Maybe there are children talking. Maybe there's the sound of the fan or the air conditioner. Maybe you can hear the wind blowing outside your house or the sound of rain. Notice what you are feeling. Do you feel a breeze on your skin, your shirt against your body, your feet on the floor, firmly touching the floor, your butt on your chair, maybe your back against your chair? As you notice your body, you may notice that there are some parts of your body which feel tight, and you can allow them to deliberately relax. Often it's the muscles around your eyes, the space between your eyes. You can allow it to let go. If your jaw is clenched, you can let it relax. Allow your shoulders to drop to the floor. Allow your butt to relax on the chair. Slowly become aware of your breathing. You don't have to do anything special. Allow your body to be breathed. Notice your in-breath and your out-breath. Your belly rising and falling. Your chest rising and falling. Your back expanding and relaxing. Just notice. Notice that your breath has become gentler, maybe deeper and slower. Allow a small smile to lift the corners of your mouth. As you become aware of the many conditions for joy today. Rest in this safe feeling for a few seconds of being here right now and feeling okay. And whenever you're ready, allow your eyes to open and look around you. Okay, let's hear on the chat. How did that feel? Can you see the chat, Preeti?
And you want to?
Yeah, sure.
I think there are people on the chat. People on the chat are sharing.
I don't know why I can't see it.
There are more.
Oh, okay. Oh, here we go. Okay. Relaxed and peaceful, let go, and relaxed and being present. Did anybody feel they're a little sleepy too, and peaceful and nice and serene? And I'm so glad because you saw that in a few seconds, we were able to go from a state where our heart rate was up, we were excited, and we were energetic, to a space where we were completely relaxed. So what I'd really like us to do is to think about, oops, one second, let me just, I'm sharing screen again, and here we are. Okay, so what I'd really like us to do is to think about how did we do that, and how do we do that with our students? This is because this is a new set of hormones. Remember, we spoke about fight, flight, and freeze. That was the sympathetic nervous system. This is a parasympathetic nervous system that helps us rest and digest, right? From flight, freeze, and freeze, we move to rest and digest. And there are many things that will allow our students to do that. Meditation, like we did right now, mindfulness meditation, being out in nature, breathing consciously, music that relaxes you. And I'm sure many of you have many other things that you suggest that your students do, that you encourage your students to do in order to bring them into the space of feeling relaxed, yet alert enough to be able to go on and learn things in the classroom. Right? So I want to move now from well-being to talking about compassion. So what does the word compassion mean to you? I can't see the responses here. Can you just, could you read them out to me, Preeti?
Hi,
Yep.
Vibha ma'am, this is Archana Rao here from.
For me, compassion is like a warm hug, it says. I think Archana has something to share. Archana, did you want to share something?
Yeah, I just wanted to
Without
share
judgment
something.
or understanding with gentleness, acting with
Am I
kindness,
audible? Sorry.
acknowledging and accepting, holding space for me and giving me a chance, self-aware. Woof, this is going really fast. Kindness and care, giving space, loving and peaceful. And you are so right, all of you, because I think compassion is all of these things. I do want to say, though, we talked about empathy versus compassion, but there is a difference between empathy and compassion. What is the difference between empathy and compassion? Empathy is the ability to understand and share the feelings of another person, to put yourself in someone else's shoes. यानी कि आपकी जिंदगी में जो हो रहा है मैं समझ सकूं और मैं बता सकूं कि आपके मन में क्या गुजर रहा है और आपके दिल में क्या गुजर रहा है, इसका मुझे एहसास हो. This is called empathy, the ability to understand and share the feelings of another and to put yourself in their shoes. Compassion is everything that all of you said, but it is a little bit different. It is the ability to turn towards suffering with the intent to alleviate or relieve it, right? So look at compassion. So if you look at compassion, it is something that is an action word. Compassion is an action word. And what that means is, sorry, we have a hand raised by Archana. Archana, is there something that you want to say? Could you unmute
Yes,
yourself?
yeah, hi, Vibha ma'am. This is Archana Rao here. I think the session is already so
Archana
powerful
Rao
that.
from Perkins, India. Do you have a question? I can't
Yeah,
hear.
am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, yes. You are audible. You are audible.
Okay. So I just wanted to share that the session is already so powerful. You told us to, write a note or call someone who has influenced us and impacted us. And I did that to my college professor. And I wanted to share this with the group that just 5 minutes ago, she called me back and she said, Archana, it is so wonderful to receive your message. And I so fondly remember you as well. I think, this compassion, when you said, Vibha ma'am, I think this is compassion. She gave it back to me, what I felt so truly for her. And it just took so much seconds in the universe for the message to travel and come back to me like a boomerang. And I'm so grateful. I think this session is already very, very powerful. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for sharing that, Archana. And I love that you sent that message and she sent it right away. And you were so right, because compassion involves action. Many times people think it's a passive, benign thing that, it's a warm, fuzzy feeling, or it's just being, generally having feelings of kindness. But look at all the action words in compassion, right? It's the ability to turn towards suffering with the intention to alleviate or relieve it. It means that we are not going to just sit there and say, oh, I feel your suffering. I feel bad for you. But the idea is that we are planning to alleviate or relieve that person's suffering. कि हम उस व्यक्ति के suffering के तरफ मुड़ के उसको कुछ relief दिलाना चाहते हैं. उसे हम compassion कहते हैं, right? But how can you be compassionate when you feel like this? It's so hard when every one of us is going through all these difficult things in our life, right? So I just wanted to point out that compassion is not possible when we are in the state ourselves. We understand that many of our students come from circumstances which cause a lot of stress for them, that school itself may be stressful and fearful for them. But if we are in stressful and fearful situations, we cannot offer compassion to anyone else. Compassion has to begin with us. Self-compassion is the starting point. And one thing I want to say about self-compassion is something that I learned fairly recently. When I heard about self-compassion, I thought, oh, I'm very compassionate towards myself. इसमें क्या है? मैं तो अपना देखभाल बहुत अच्छा करती हूँ. मैं घर जाके अच्छा खाना खाती हूँ, अच्छे से नींद सोती हूँ. कभी-कभी मसाज के लिए चली जाती हूँ. Some people said, I have a drink at home. All these are self-care. They are not self-compassion. So I want you to do a small exercise with me. Please bear with me. All of you have a paper and a pen? Yeah? I want you to take out your paper and pen and write this down. Imagine that a dear friend, a brief answer. Imagine that a dear friend or a loved one or a child is suffering. How do you respond? किस तरीके से आप किसी बहुत ही प्यारे व्यक्ति या एक बच्चे को जो सफर कर रहा है, उसके साथ आप कैसे रिस्पॉन्ड करते हैं? आपकी रिस्पॉन्स क्या रहती है? आप किस तरीके से बात करते हैं? आपकी पोस्चर क्या रहती है? आपकी आवाज कैसे रहती है? आपके शब्द कैसे होते हैं? ये आप 1 मिनट के लिए, just for a few seconds, I'd like you to think about it. And maybe write down a word or two that makes you think about how do you respond when a loved one or a very dear friend or a child in your class is suffering? And then I want you to write, you are suffering. You're having a hard day. You're having a really tough time today, right? Not some big loss or something, but you're having a very tough time today. I want you to listen to how you talk to yourself that day. Your class is giving you a really hard time. They're shouting already at home. You've had a very difficult day. You got out late. One of your kids was sick, or, your husband was sick, or your partner was, giving you a hard time. You'd had a big fight. You're really having a hard time, and your kids are really driving you crazy today. How do you talk to yourself? खुद से आप किस तरीके से बात करते हैं जब आपका दिन बुरा जा रहा है, या आप पे बहुत सारी चीजें गुजर रही हैं? आपके खुद के प्रति आपके शब्द, आपकी आवाज, आपका टोन कैसे है? What difference did you notice between the two? Would someone like to share? Isha, do you want to unmute and share? Go ahead, Isha.
Yeah, hi. So yeah, there was a stark difference. I can just see it right there. I think when it's someone else, it's always more openness, more softer voice, and understanding and mirroring. But when it comes to my own bad day or suffering, it's always like, oh my God, you wasted a day. Oh my God, you were not able to manage it. And it's so much anxiety filled and really a stark difference when it comes to my own. I'm really hard, and I think it's a lot of the things that we internalize over the years, someone's voice that we internalize, and we keep repeating it to ourselves that, oh my God, you're not managed it. So
So
yeah.
true. Thank you for sharing that, Isha. That was certainly my experience. I'm going to call upon someone else who hasn't shared before. Thanks a lot, Isha. Gopika, you want to share? May I request the others, in the interest of time, to put it on chat? I would love to read your responses.
Hi, am I audible?
Yeah.
So, actually, this is something that's hitting quite hard for me, especially because there's a lot of self-critique. There's a lot of discrimination that I have towards the sufferings or the struggles that I have. Especially, I experience this a lot because when I'm working with my neurodivergent students, and I have ADHD myself. And a lot of times, the exact same struggles that my students are facing, I'm much more compassionate towards them. I'm much more action oriented. Like, okay, how can I help you? What do you need in this moment? Versus the same is not reflected when I am struggling with those. There's a lot of like, why are you doing this? Is this on purpose? Why are you? So there's a lot of questioning, and there's not much acceptance when I struggle myself. So that's something that I've.
Gopika, thank you so much. And I know we're running out of time, so I won't be able to take everybody else's comments, but please put them on the chat, because this is a common experience for all of us. ये मेरे साथ भी हुआ था. मुझे लगा कि जब मुझे suffering हो रही है, when I'm having a hard time, I say to myself, pull yourself together. What's wrong with you? Of course you can manage this, right? Come on, you're a strong person. Do this properly. मुझे लगता है कि the voice is not kind when it speaks to myself, right? So I have learned since doing a course on self-compassion, actually, that self-compassion is not self-care. It involves developing a loving relationship to yourself, talking to yourself the way you would to a dear friend. I have learned to take a break and say, gosh, this is a moment of suffering. This is hard. Poor Vibha, this is hard. I've learned to say that to myself. So I want you to say to yourself, Gopika, this is a tough day. Man, you're having a hard time and you need a hug. Take self-compassion breaks and bring a kind awareness to the experience of suffering, as well as the one who is experiencing, which is you. And that brings me to the last hormone for the day, which is oxytocin. It's your tend and befriend hormone. One act of compassion that we can do for our students, as well as for ourselves, is when we are taking care of the young and the most vulnerable, we befriend. All of you spoke about the wonderful messages that you sent out. Some of you, like Archana, got them back. Turning to our social group, this very special group of 150, 170 odd people that we have today, is actually an act of compassion. It is something that actually nurtures us and allows us to first turn to ourselves and take care of ourselves before we are able to take care of others. And with this last hope, I leave you that every one of our students, when we ask them what they want to be when they grow up, will respond in this way. What do you want to be when you grow up? The mole asked the little boy. Kind, said the boy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Vibha, for this wonderful keynote where you took us through talking about care and self-compassion and other things. And this is the first time I've done a jumping jack in a summit. So thank you for that. It was very refreshing. Thank you for taking out the time and being here with us. Okay. Vandana, you want to share something? Your hand is raised. You want to unmute and share?
Hello. Actually, I'm not. Now I can unmute.
Yes.
I wanted to just thank you, ma'am. Actually, I have enrolled for community wala mental health ka program. So I had seen your videos, and I'm feeling so great to see you not in person, but now at least we can interact, and so I'm so happy, overwhelmed, and I just want to thank you. It was a wonderful session, and I have loved your videos also on a lot of disabilities which are being shown in the course also. So I felt really nice to see you. Thank you.
Okay. There are many responses for you on the chat, Vibha. People are thanking you. It was a wonderful session for everyone. I think we'll take a 2 minutes break now. It's 11:42. Let's come back by 11:45. Let's take a 3 minutes break. And after the break, once it's a stretch break, you can stand up, stretch, have some water and other things. And once we come back, we'll go into the next segment of our today. Is everybody back? Can you either give a thumbs up or put your videos on so that we know you're back? Is everybody back? Can I get a thumbs up? Okay. Okay, let's start. So for our next segment is a panel discussion. हमारा अगला जो element है वो एक panel discussion है. For that, it's my pleasure to introduce our panel moderator, who's also a dear colleague of mine, called Joyita. Joyita Sen is a senior special educator and a senior project lead at Umeed's school services team. Joyita is deeply passionate about working with the children with developmental disability and their family, and plays a key role in training all stakeholders to support inclusion in mainstream schools. Let's welcome Joyita to come and take this space forward. Also, with Joyita, Deepti will be translating the things in Hindi wherever needed. So let's welcome Joyita.
Thank you, Preeti, for that. And thank you for such an amazing session by Vibha before this. It must have left many of us very speechless and made us think about ourselves even more, which is very, very important for all of us. So now let's move on to our next session, which is a panel discussion. And I'm really, really excited and at the same time privileged, I would say, here, and to moderate today's panel discussion on unpacking and reimagining inclusion in schools. We all know inclusion is a buzzword, but it actually goes beyond words, right? It requires actions, it requires mindset shifts, it requires support to ensure every child feels they belong. As we gather today to unpack inclusion in our school spaces, we are not just talking about access. What are we talking about? We are talking about equity, we are talking about dignity, we are talking about belongingness. And like Vibha said, when all these things are there, learning happens. Inclusion is no longer a choice for us. It's a commitment to embrace every child's uniqueness. Today I have with me educators, caregivers, self-advocates, and policymakers, and we all together will reflect, question, and collectively reimagine what it means for schools to be truly inclusive, not just in theory, not just in policy, but actually in daily practice. So let me introduce you to our amazing panelists who have come here and joined us for this. I'll start with Parul. Parul Kumtha is a parent to Kabir, a young man with autism. Her autism journey led her to co-founding the support group Forum for Autism, of which she is a trustee. She has been proactively involved in creating awareness, acceptance, and services for the autism community in India. She has many publications to her name, both as an autism advocate and a professional architect, and has presented many papers on both subjects nationally and internationally. A very warm welcome to Parul. Our next panelist is Bhargavi. Bhargavi is a mainstream teacher and holds a master's in French and a postgraduate diploma in inclusive education from Azim Premji University. She has worked around schools and NGOs to strengthen inclusive practices through teacher training, curriculum design, and classroom support. Her focus on building responsive, learner-centered environments and helping educators bring inclusion alive in simple, meaningful ways. Thank you, Bhargavi, for being here. We'll come to next, Ravi. Ravi is an accomplished professional and a passionate advocate for inclusive education and empowerment of individuals with disabilities. As the head of disability program at Fourth Wave Foundation, He leads and manages projects aimed at enhancing learning opportunities and accessibility for children with special needs in schools. An expert in policies pertaining to the education of children with disabilities, and as a person with disabilities himself, he brings a unique perspective and first hand experience to his work, driving an unwavering dedication to champion the rights to education for children with disabilities in inclusive environment. A very, very warm welcome to you, Ravi. And coming to Srinidhi. Srinidhi is a disabled feminist, writer, researcher, and educator. She works at the intersections of sexuality, gender, disability, and technology. She is a co-lead at programs at Rising Flame. For the past 12 years, she has been working with feminist and disability rights organizations, children and young people, women of all ages, parents, special educators, and teachers. Very happy to have you with us, Srinidhi, today. I would like to begin with asking my first question to all the panelists, and Parul, I would like to begin with you. What does it mean to reimagine inclusion? Not just improve it, but truly how do we think about it? हम इंक्लूशन के बारे में जब सोचते हैं, हम उसको वापस कैसे अलग तरह से कल्पना कर सकते हैं उसके बारे में. हम सिर्फ उसको थोड़ा बदलना नहीं चाहते हैं, हम एक्चुअली जानना चाहते हैं कि हम जब उसके बारे में सोच भी रहे हैं, क्या हम कुछ अलग सोच सकते हैं उसके बारे में और अलग तरह से बढ़ सकते हैं उसके तरफ. Can we spotlight Parul? And she's speaking. Parul, you can go ahead.
Yeah, hello. Hi.
Hello.
Hi, Joyita. Hello, everybody. I've been listening earlier on too, and it has been a wonderful morning for me. Also listening to your sharings as well as, of course, Vibha, who I heard after a long time. And this is such an important question you started with, Joyita. I have often been thinking about this. As you know, my son is now in his 4th decade of life. He's 32 years old. And I have to share with you all that he has, until the age of 18, he has changed 9 schools. And one of the reasons he's changed these schools is because we felt that the school really did not have anything to offer to him. He has always been very happy to be in those schools, and there haven't been any particular really issues that the school has faced with him. But if we felt the school did not have much to offer, we felt we need to look for another space. So in that process, and then again, as having played a small stint in the NEED child outreach team at one point in my life, I got to see a lot of schools and persons with support needs, especially autism, trying to become a part of the schooling system as it exists right now. And one of the things that really strikes me, and I'm sure it strikes many educationists and also self-advocates, is that our whole schooling system is aimed towards standardization. Right? So our persons, when they get out of school, should be able to do a minimum something. Right? And all our testing, our teaching, and everything is aimed towards that. And there has been a period when standardization was required. Especially like if you know that our education system as we know it today was set up during the colonization times, and we were serving a certain purpose for the persons who colonized large parts of the world. But today, we have moved into the space of AI, right? And a lot of standard jobs can be done by non-humans. So we have really to start looking at what is it that is what is human about us and what does humanity have to offer to us as a whole. And that our education system is really struggling right now to address. And I think it is a big opportunity for us coming from a sector which sees so much diversity, because it's the diversity that makes us human, right? Each of us brings our own uniqueness and our, in a way, wonderful capacity to not fit inside the box. Correct. So in a way, we are outside of what the AI purview can manage. And I think education needs to make that shift. So when each person is allowed to bloom and flourish in their uniqueness, not only will we be able to achieve inclusion in the way we want to, but it will also mean that we will be able to find an answer that everybody seems to be so taken up with. If AI does everything, then what do we do? Right? So I think for that, this needs to happen. Another thing I want to stress on, when we talk of inclusion is very often I have seen when we look at our persons with support needs, and if we need to make accommodations for them in the present standardized education system, there is always this question that comes up one way or the other. Are you lowering the standard, right, to meet the requirements of persons who need support? Now, frankly, if you believe that each one is unique in their own way, and each one has a way of contributing in their own special manner, then there is nothing like one level that everybody needs to come to. Each one's level of achievement is their own unique level. So there is no question of lowering or hiring any, standard. Each one has answers to their own requirements and needs and capacities. So I think if we look at these two things, this is from my own contemplations as a caregiver, and what I have seen of so many persons so closely over the years who have support needs. I think if these two are achieved, we will really be able to not only achieve inclusion, but look at education in a totally new way, which I think society requires to do in the present time.
Thank you so much, Parul. Deepti, would you like to go ahead and summarize that?
या थैंक यू पारुल। मैं जो पारुल ने कहा है उसको थोड़ा हिंदी में उसको समराइज करने की कोशिश करूंगी। पारुल का जो पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस रहा है, उनके बेटे जो अब 32 इयर्स के हैं उनके थ्रू, और उम्मीद में काम करने के थ्रू, जो स्कूलिंग का एक्सपीरियंस रहा है, काफ़ी बार उन्होंने ये देखा कि एक स्टैंडर्डाइज तरीके से ही सबको एक लेवल पे लाने की कोशिश की जाती रही है हमेशा से। और अभी जब आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस ने टेक ओवर कर लिया है, आई थिंक एक बहुत बड़ा क्वेश्चन हम सब के लिए आता है कि ह्यूमैनिटी क्या है, हम क्या डाइवर्सिटी को, अलग अलग लोगों को कैसे उनके तरीके से रहने दे सकते हैं, सबको एक बॉक्स में फिट करने की कोशिश नहीं करें। और दूसरी चीज़ जो उन्होंने कही वो ये थी कि क्या हम बहुत बार ये प्रश्न आता है कि क्या हम अपना स्टैंडर्ड नीचे कर रहे हैं। तो हमें ये समझना ज़रूरी है कि हर कोई अपने तरीके से कैसे कंट्रीब्यूट कर सकता है, और कोई एक लेवल नहीं है, तब जाके शायद हम इंक्लूजन को रीइमेजिन कर पाएंगे।
Thank you so much, Parul, and I couldn't agree more with you on that, because I do have the privilege of working with families as well and children, along with being a trainer. So many times, even I've heard this from parents and caregivers that I again need to change the school. This school is not working for my child. And I guess, I think the day when, rightly you said, the day when we are able to balance that standardization along with the diversity. We all want to move towards diversity, but somewhere we are just stuck in the standardization. The day we are able to make a shift there, I think true inclusion will start happening. So thank you so much for bringing in that lens, Parul. Ravi, Bhargavi, or Srinidhi, anybody else who would like to add to what Parul just shared with all of us?
If I may say,
Sure, Ravi.
yeah, I have no disagreements with what Ms. Palu said, but I work at a systemic level, at the policy level. And to be very frank, we honestly do not have a figure that how much children with disabilities are in India. That is something we have to, the gaps we have to, because we have the education department ka data, the disability department ka data, the census ka data. There is and individual because schools data, because we also got the government schools and the special schools who are affiliated to Rehabilitation Council of India. So these divergences, if these could be plugged into and come up with some uniformity, that would also make a that would make a good beginning about how do we teach, what do we teach, and all. But I feel that we have to look at the data gaps. If we can address it, it will be great, please.
रवि शेयर कर रहे हैं कि वो पॉलिसी और सिस्टमिक लेवल जो एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन लेवल या पॉलिसी के लेवल पे काम करते हैं और हमारे पास ये डेटा है जो नहीं है वो अभी अवेलेबल एक कॉमन सोर्स से अवेलेबल नहीं है कि कितने बच्चे हैं जिनको डिसेबिलिटीज हैं। बहुत अलग अलग सोर्सेज से डेटा है, पर एक अगर यूनिफॉर्मिटी आ जाए, एक ऐसी जगह आ जाए जहाँ पे एक साथ हमारे पास पूरा डेटा हो, तो हम इसके बारे में और आगे अच्छे से बात कर पाएंगे।
Yes, please go ahead, Srinidhi.
I think one of the things that comes to my mind when I think about inclusion is where are we thinking about the inclusion? Are we thinking about it within the learning space? Are we thinking about it socially? Are we thinking about it emotionally? Are we thinking about it with play, with friends, with all kinds of things, right? Children go to schools for a variety of reasons, and learning is one aspect of it. And I think often we fixate on the learning, but we're not seeing that is the child actually invited? Who does this child eat lunch with when there are children with disabilities, right? Often it's perhaps the support teacher, right? If the child is in a mainstream setup, right? So I think participation is and like having a sense of belonging in the school space, which is really where children learn so much about themselves and they learn to experiment, learn to take risks, all aspects of lives that are important for children with disabilities. Where are they in these aspects? And I think that becomes important for us to think about when we think about inclusion, because because the systemic response is one of looking at inclusion at the learning level, inclusion at where are they in the system right now, right? But that's just step one, which is access, right, to the system. Then there is how do they inhabit that system? How do they occupy the spaces? How do they spend their time in it? What kinds of relationships are they building with other teachers, with their peers, etc. So I think it's a larger to step back a bit to look at the larger ways in which the children with disabilities interact in the school system becomes important, because it's right now the mandates are there. We have laws which tell us that there needs to be inclusion. There's work being done to make the system physically accessible, make the system learning curriculum wise accessible, etc. But it's I mean, if we don't work on building a better understanding about disability in the mainstream spaces among teachers and educators who haven't been through the special education system, might not have studied about disability at all, I think it becomes very hard, especially because, for instance, I do work at a learning center in Goa, and one of the things that we experience is that if there are 4 children with neurodivergence, 4 of them need 4 different aspects of support. It's not the same, right? So there is a need to individualize, which is what Parul was saying also, right? That we cannot have a blanket support for all autistic kids in this way because it doesn't work that way, right? So one might need sensorial support, one might need to take breaks, one might need to go for a walk in the middle of the session. All of this has to somehow be understood as it. And one of the things one of the older children often tells me is that she lives with ADHD, and one of the things that she says is she always fears that her not showing up to the classroom is that people are thinking she's lazy, right? And that didn't just come about like she's not just imagining it, right? Somebody along the way, lots of people have informed this idea for her, right? So how that showing up in the classroom in some ways can also be really difficult for children. So how do we support children with disabilities to come to the classroom, to be able to participate in the classroom, to feel like this is their classroom, not this is a classroom that I go to, right?
श्रीनिधि ने शेयर किया कि हम जब इंक्लूजन की बात करते हैं, समावेश की बात करते हैं, तो हम बहुत बार सिर्फ एकेडमिक्स पे फोकस करते हैं, बट सामाजिक रूप से, भावनात्मक रूप से या अपनेपन की भावना होना, उस रूप से जो हमारे रिश्ते हैं, रिलेशनशिप हैं टीचर के साथ, बाकी बच्चों के साथ, उस रूप से एक्सेस कर पाना या उस रूप से उन तक पहुंच पाना बहुत ज़रूरी हो जाता है। और उनके एक्सपीरियंस के थ्रू उन्होंने ये भी देखा है कि जब 4 बच्चे हैं न्यूरो डाइवर्जेंस के, तो 4 अलग-अलग तरीके हैं उनके साथ रहने के, उनको सपोर्ट करने के। और कई बार ऐसा होता है कि ये बहुत ज़रूरी हो जाता है कि हम जब एकेडमिक्स तक पहुँचे उसके पहले ये समझना ज़रूरी है कि बच्चे जो हैं वो क्लास में आए, वो ही उनके लिए सबसे बड़ा डिफ़िकल्टी होता है। वो पार्टिसिपेट करे, भागीदारी हो, वहीं मुश्किल आती है। तो उसके आगे के पहले हमें ये बहुत सारी चीज़ों के बारे में बात करना ज़रूरी है।
Yes,
Joyita, if I may
Parul.
add.
Yes.
First off, Parul, I really wanted to say this out here that, your child having moved 9 schools, and still the child got the right place to sit in and, feel that, they belong. I'm sure for a lot of parents here, that should be super validating. You find the best place for the child where the child fits in. So oftentimes, even as parents, we want the child to fit in because it's much easier for the adults to, for things to move on. That is, I'm sure it's very validating for a lot of parents and caregivers alike. And so the very basic thing that you talked about, wanting to fit the child into the system rather than bending the system to the child, is a very key point that I couldn't agree. I couldn't deny any more than that. So one other thing I would just like to add into this is that we do not consider teachers as a cornerstone of all these things, or educators or adults in this. Sometimes what we happens is, as policies, things happen, there are decisions made. At the end, the foot soldiers are the teachers, and there is not enough input, agency, authority. All the things that they really need support is not there adequately. So if I have to reimagine inclusion, I would reimagine to just flip completely and not work with having standard systems and then accommodating and inserting stuff to accommodate. I would rather look into having all these diversity in place, and then with what I have in hand, then I want to work my system around it. That is one thing that I would want to look into.
भार्गवी कहते हैं कि वो टोटली अग्री करते हैं कि हमारी कोशिश ये रहती है कि हम सिस्टम में बच्चे को फिट करें, उसकी ये नहीं करते हैं कि सिस्टम बदला जाए। और टीचर्स को हम बहुत बार जो हैं उतना ध्यान नहीं दिया जाता, पॉलिसी लेवल पे चेंजेस होते हैं, पर टीचर्स जो हैं वो ज़मीन पे हैं, वो ग्राउंड पे हैं, वो फुट सोल्जर्स हैं। उनके लिए कितनी चीज़ें की जा रही हैं, उनको कितना भागीदारी दी जा रही है, उनको कितना अथॉरिटी दिया जा रहा है, अधिकार दिया जा रहा है, उसके बारे में सोचना बहुत ज़रूरी है।
Thank you everyone for such amazing responses. it's very, very true when we talk about people who have diverse needs, when we talk about people who have different kind of needs. Like Srinidhi said, that yes, one side there are aspects of like how are they engaging, how are they participating in spaces beyond academics, beyond classrooms. Similarly, we also need to consider the other parts of who they are, right? Like it's disability is just one part of them, but in terms of their lived experiences, their language, the class they are coming from, all these things play a huge role, right, in terms of how the person has been shaped by the different parts of their identity, and not just one. And therefore, Srinidhi, I'll come to you because a big part of your work lies in this and is closely connected to intersectionality and disability. So I would love to know from you, how does intersectionality influence disability in inclusive education? And how should schools even start responding or creating some kind of a pathway that looks at the whole person and not just one part of them?
Yeah.
तो मैं श्रीनिधि से ये जानना चाह रही हूँ कि जब हम लोगों के बारे में बात करते हैं, जब हम बच्चों के बारे में बात करते हैं जिनको स्पेशल नीड्स जो है या फिर उनको एक्स्ट्रा सपोर्ट चाहिए, हम हमेशा हमारा फोकस कभी कभी ये हो जाता है कि हम सिर्फ देखते हैं कि अच्छा इस बच्चे को डिसेबिलिटी है, लेकिन दर्स बहुत ज़्यादा उस बच्चे में और बहुत कुछ है देखने के लिए, जो हम कभी कभी हम उसको साइडलाइन कर देते हैं. उनका लैंग्वेज, वो कहाँ से आ रहे हैं, वो कैसे बड़े हुए हैं, उनका एक्सपीरियंसेस, उनके स्टोरीज, ऑल दीज थिंग्स, ये सब बहुत बड़ा रोल प्ले करता है उनके लाइफ में. और इसीलिए मैं श्रीनिधि से जानना चाहती हूँ, बिकॉज उनका जो कोर काम है वो इसमें लाई करता है कि इंटरसेक्शनैलिटी जो कि हम बात करते हैं अबाउट डिफरेंट पार्ट्स, उस वो डिसेबिलिटी के साथ इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन को कैसे इम्पैक्ट करता है. हम कहाँ से इवन शुरू करें कि स्कूल्स को इतना इक्विप कर सके कि वो एक पाथ ढूंढ पाए, और जब वो बच्चों को देख रहे हैं, लोगों को देख रहे हैं, एज अ होल उनको देखें, नॉट जस्ट दैट वन पार्ट की इनको डिसेबिलिटी है. श्रीनिधि, ओवर टू यू.
Thank you. I think in part, I would like to respond to this question in two buckets. One is identification becomes a problem when we take a look at intersectionality. In that, children from marginalized backgrounds are less identified with disabilities because there's less testing, right? Less assessments. Girls with disabilities get less identified also because of the fact that it doesn't necessarily, for certain kinds of conditions, it doesn't show up in the same ways as in boys with disabilities. And this means that for the most part, the way we look at disability has to change based on people's other identity markers and locations, right? And one of the difficulties is that because of the fact that, and lots of work has been done on this by self-advocates, but also by organizations like UNIT, Forum for Autism, Action for Autism, where we are trying to see what does it mean for us to look at early identification, right? Like what are the ways in which we can identify early and provide support early? Because it should not be that identification happens early with intersectional, with our growing understanding of disability, and then there is no support provided, right? Now coming to the actual support, I think one of the concerns that we have in inclusive education when we think about reimagining our education system is that we don't have enough qualified folks in order to be able to support in all the spaces that children with disabilities are currently there, right? Like for instance, they interact with the Anganwadi system where we can identify children with disabilities, especially those from marginalized backgrounds, those who live in rural areas, etc., where we have poor identification right now. But because the Anganwadi system is not equipped to do identification, we have, there is that lots of things gets passed on, right? And there are also stereotypes around who is smart, quote unquote, or who is meant to study. Right. And so these things also further impact identification in marginalized communities, and also that it's an added stigma. So many communities choose not to get assessments done because of the layer of stigma that it adds to the child, which could be something that is added impact, consequence of the disability.
या श्रीनिधि कहते हैं कि जो पहचान है वो एक वो आइडेंटिफिकेशन जो है पहचान है वो एक शुरुआत में दिक्कत हो सकती है, स्पेशली जैसे जो मार्जिनलाइज्ड बैकग्राउंड से लोग आते हैं जो जिनको डिसेबिलिटी है या लड़कियां हैं वो कम आइडेंटिफाइड होते हैं, कम उनकी पहचान हो पाती है। पर काफ़ी ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस और काफ़ी सेल्फ एडवोकेट्स जो हैं वो इस चीज़ पे काम कर रहे हैं। पर प्रारंभिक पहचान और अच्छा सपोर्ट शुरुआत में ही होना बहुत ज़रूरी होता है। उसके लिए जैसे आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर्स हैं उनके साथ काम करना ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि वहाँ पे आइडेंटिफिकेशन जो है पहचान जो है उतना उनको सपोर्ट नहीं मिल पाता है। स्टीरियोटाइप्स जो हैं, स्टिग्मा जो है जो हमारे सोसाइटी में है उसकी वजह से भी कई बार हम इस पे काम नहीं कर पाते हैं।
Just want to add that because of socioeconomic status also plays a role in identification, because it's quite expensive to in the system right now to have identification, to get the correct support, etc. Right? Because a lot of children with intellectual disabilities, for instance, need support teachers to be with them if they are in the mainstream setup, but that's very expensive. So it's sometimes out of bounds for many families with from lower socioeconomic status or from marginalized caste and tribal statuses.
श्रीनिधि ने ये भी ऐड किया कि एक एग्जांपल है जैसे जो मार्जिनलाइज्ड बैकग्राउंड से आते हैं, जैसे इंटेलेक्चुअल डिसेबिलिटी के कुछ बच्चे होते हैं, उनको एडिशनल अगर सपोर्ट चाहिए होता है तो वो बहुत उनके लिए महंगा होता है एक्सेस करना या उसको लेना।
Absolutely, Srinidhi, sorry. The way you spoke about, yes, about the different spaces and how it can be, it plays a huge role, and also identification and the cost connected to it, the stigma connected to it. I mean, all those things, these are all unspoken barriers, which also plays a huge role when it comes to inclusion. And inclusion, we know it's about ensuring for every child they are able to perform to the best of their potential wherever they are, in whichever situation they are or school they are. Their identity, their background, everything matters. But I think somewhere here comes in the inclusive policies also, right? They are key to turning this vision into reality. Now, with the NEP coming in now, 2020, which is also speaking a lot about inclusion, at the same time, I think we are all aware what is the gap at the ground level, what is happening at the ground level, what is the difference between policy and practice when it comes to implementation of these policies. Ravi, your area of specialization is on systems and policies and regarding the inclusion of children in regular schools, and you have also been a part of the committee on inclusive education movement and component of the proposed state education policy, because like we know initially Karnataka was in favor of that, but then they came out and they had their own policy framed based on NEP. So Ravi, where do you think we should begin to make those systemic changes and bring in more inclusive education and make it a more of a reality and not a policy? मैं सिर्फ इसको हिंदी में थोड़ा बोल दूंगी, वो है कि मैं ये बोलने की कोशिश कर रही हूँ, पूछने की कोशिश कर रही हूँ रवि को, क्योंकि रवि इस एरिया में से जानना चाहती हूँ कि पॉलिसीज अपने पास रहे और प्रैक्टिस अपने पास है। हमको सबको पता है कि गैप है उन दोनों में, और जब हम बात करते हैं स्कूल्स में इम्प्लीमेंटेशन की तो वहाँ ये कैसे दिख रहा है अभी। तो एंड जो NEP है और आई है वो भी इंक्लूजन की बात कर रही है, लेकिन जब हम एक्चुअली ग्राउंड लेवल पे देखते हैं तो वो इम्प्लीमेंटेशन अभी भी सही तरह से नहीं हो रहा है। तो मैं बहुत क्यूरियस हूँ जानने के लिए फ्रॉम रवि कि ये जो पॉलिसी की बात इतनी होती है कि इंक्लूजन लाओ, इंक्लूजन ऐसे करो वैसे करो, वेयर आर वी एग्जैक्टली, हम कहाँ हैं जब, और हम कहाँ से ये बिगिन करें टू ब्रिंग इन दैट इम्प्लीमेंटेशन मोर एंड मेक इट मोर रियल इन स्कूल्स एंड नॉट जस्ट कि उसको पॉलिसी तक ही रहने दें।
As you very correctly pointed out, Karnataka was one of the earlier states which had decided to accept the new education policy in toto. New education policy in toto. And we all, from the disability sector, we all were very happy because that inclusive education component of the new education policy 2020, that builds upon the UNCRPD. So we were all very, very happy. But due to some political requirements, the new government, which came into position, because they had their own reservations of the national education, new education policy. While I can talk about the inclusive education component of the NEP 2020, the various people had some reservations about it, and so they lobbied, and they also came up with they decided to come up with a state education policy committee. A committee was formed, and my director was also made a part of this committee. While we, as such, we don't have any differences, we also believe that for a policy to be implemented, we need to have the support of all the stakeholders, because only the government coming out with a policy, it cannot be a very great success. So we believe that the stakeholders, the teachers, from the Anganwadi workers, because the new education policy starts from the preschool, Anganwadi workers, and then the ASHA workers, because they are also, the ASHA workers are looking after the health patients and all. So our thrust is, while we look at the new education policy in toto, but for its implementation, we need a sensitization. That is because the vision of the new education policy is vast and huge. But when it comes to the devil is in the details. So how do you implement that policy? And we believe that one is, along with the education department, other departments have also got to be a part of it. The health department, because these are existing in silos. The health department, because as per the new Disability Act 2020, from 8, we've increased to 21. And we from the disability sector, we also say that there's still more has got to be, because more disabilities have not been addressed. So this sections, we have to include the health department, the women and child welfare department, because they look after the Anganwadis, plus the disability, because these are all in different silos. So what we need to have is, while in policy, the new education policy addresses a lot of it, until we have a convergence across the various departments, the health department, the education department, the women and child department, disability department, rural development, RDPR, rural development, Panchayati Raj, the urban, all these, because the education department, education of children with disabilities is split among all these departments until we have a convergence cell which will look into this, addresses this issue. It will remain in the air, that's all. Well, the policies may exist, but for its implementation, we have to come up with a systems. And one is a convergence cell is very, very essential, I feel that.
रवि शेयर कर रहे हैं कि नीति से इम्प्लीमेंटेशन, मतलब जो लागू करना होता है उस नीति को, जो नया एजुकेशन पॉलिसी आया है, उसके बाद उसमें जो गैप्स दिखते हैं कि कर्नाटका पहला स्टेट था जिन्होंने ये एक्सेप्ट किया और जिन्होंने लागू किया, पर कुछ राजनीतिक आवश्यकताओं की वजह से और उनके अलग अलग प्रायोरिटीज़ की वजह से शायद उतना ध्यान नहीं हो पाया। स्टेट एजुकेशन पॉलिसी कमेटी भी एक फॉर्म हुई, पर रवि मानते हैं कि सारे स्टेक होल्डर्स जैसे टीचर्स, आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर्स, आशा वर्कर्स, का साथ में मिलके इसकी तरफ काम करना ज़रूरी है। अलग अलग डिपार्टमेंट जो हैं, जैसे हेल्थ डिपार्टमेंट, वुमेन एंड चाइल्ड वेलफेयर डिपार्टमेंट, उन सबको साथ में मिलके आना ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि सिर्फ एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट अकेले इसको आगे नहीं लेके जा सकता।
Thank you, Ravi, for pointing out something which is so pertinent. And all of us working in this space on a regular basis, I think we are also struggling to understand ki how do we bring everybody together? How do we make that happen? जो हम collaboration की बात करते हैं, when we talk about collaboration, because it's very natural, right, that everybody has their own strengths, their own areas of expertise. Now, how do we bring all of them together to make a shift, to make something more concrete and tangible happen? And this is just at the school system level. Like you rightly said, it's also the health department, the education department. They are also functioning differently. So yes, bringing all of them together seems to be like a task at the moment. And I would like to ask Bhargavi, you have been an educator, a teacher trainer, a curriculum developer. You have been in different shoes. What does it mean? How can you tell us that a little bit about how can teacher education programs be redesigned to prepare and support educators more from the implementation angle? So again, there are a lot of teacher trainings we know, right, that happen all the time. Now, even how Srinidhi pointed out when she was talking about that, what does support look like for the teachers when they go back to their classrooms? What are the barriers that you have experienced as a teacher trainer while doing these workshops when it comes to supporting teachers in the implementation journey? भार्गवी, मैं आपसे जानना चाहूंगी कि क्योंकि आपने टीचर ट्रेनिंग्स किया है, आप करिकुलम डेवलपमेंट भी करते हैं, आपका क्या एक्सपीरियंस है जब हम बात करते हैं कि जब टीचर्स के लिए बहुत ट्रेनिंग्स रोल आउट किया जाता है पूरे साल में और वो अटेंड करते रहते हैं, लेकिन जब वो वापस जाते हैं अपने क्लास में, उनके लिए वो उसका मतलब क्या होता है, कैसे वो अंदर उसको लेके जाए, कैसे वो छोटे छोटे पार्ट्स में उसको इम्प्लीमेंट करना चालू करे, और उनके लिए वो सपोर्ट वहाँ कैसा दिखता है, कौन है उनके लिए वो सपोर्ट देने के लिए जब वो वापस जाते हैं एंड ये जर्नी में अपना काम शुरू करते हैं ऑफ इम्प्लीमेंटेशन. ओवर टू यू, भार्गवी.
So the first thing I thought about teacher training, the things that I do, lot of times, lots of these teacher trainings, even when it comes as a mandate from NEP, it becomes a checkbox that a teacher has to complete. There is online session, there is asynchronous learning happening. A lot of times we ourselves zone out for a lot of those sessions because the relatability factor is very low. And as Ravi rightly said, the government can make policies, the state government can facilitate understanding. But when it comes to ground reality, as I said, the last foot soldiers, the understanding and the dynamics differ from class to class and from person to person as well. So the first thing I would start with for them, which I find very relatable, was a reflection. So basically, it's not like, we barely give teachers much time to unwind. I mean, sit simply, if I may call so in a very little glorified way, like we don't let them think through what is their journey, what have they done. So I find the first piece of this puzzle is, helping them reflect. So once in a workshop, I have conducted workshop in tier 2 cities in Tamil Nadu, basically. In a particular workshop, there was a very seasoned teacher. She's just having 3 or 4 years down the lane to retire. She just told me, I always call the child hyper. And I did not realize that, he's just overwhelmed. So I just offer that space to connect and tell, okay, this happened. And that's all. It's just a small reflection that she did. And we might tell it's just semantics, but it matters to the child because that's a story that's been shared. Okay, the teacher calls him hyper, the children call him hyper, the other teachers call him hyper, and it just permeates, and it's not good for the child at all. And because it reiterates to the child telling that I am hyper and let me just be there. So that is one thing. Second thing, I find most teachers, sometimes when we give a free hand, the autonomy when it is given to teachers than giving them a mandate of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, do this. If the child behaves this, do this. If the child behaves this, send to the principal. If the child is this, send to the special educators. I mean, that kind of to-do list for the teacher is often counterproductive in a classroom. So I find if they are more involved and when more autonomy is given inside a classroom, they are able to cater to the diversity that is there, and they move forward. The third thing I would talk about is having a diversity, not just with the teaching, with having children with diversity, but we have to have equal representation, model diversity, where the system should have teachers, educators, different kinds of adults, any kind of stakeholders, where they have, I mean, we should model or mirror how a society ideally looks inside the school environment as well. Not like, all teachers are some brass, and in the society when we go, we ask children to say, okay, you have diversity and you have to work in a team with the diversity. It's not going to be there. We often don't mirror what is reality inside the learning environment. That is one part of, I mean, it's a huge part of the puzzle that we have to fit in. And when we started, I said, having diversity inside the mix right from the beginning and not as an afterthought is one thing. And Vibha did a session, very beautiful session on mindfulness. I guess lots of teachers need that kind of very subtle, silent reminders from very little time to time to help them reflect and go through this process. The fifth and a very key important thing that I would like to add is about holding safe, non-judgmental space, not just for the children, for the educators. When that is done, it extends to the children, because when somebody holds that space for me, I know that I can hold that space for somebody. These are very few little things that I felt that are needed. And one thing about workshop is like, I go, I conduct, I finish, I did my checklist as a person who takes a workshop. And yeah, the teachers are super excited. They take down notes. And how much of follow-up is happening? How much I get back? How much did you implement? How much it did not work out is what I would always want to learn. And I go back and ask, okay, this thing did not work out. And I tell them, as Joyita usually tells in the class when we had sessions on APO, I will not give you answers and I don't have answers for it. I will give you solutions where I will put it in a forum, and there is often answers come from the cohort. So I guess that kind of holding space and open conversations will enable inclusion to happen much easily.
भार्गवी कहते हैं कि बहुत बार जो टीचर ट्रेनिंग होती है वो एक टिक बॉक्स बन जाती है, पर कुछ चीज़ें जो उन्होंने की है जो उन्हें लगता है कि जो हेल्प करती हैं, पहला है कि कोई चीज़ से जो टीचर्स जुड़ सके, जो उनको रिलेटेबल लगे, तो वो रिफ्लेक्शन की स्पेसेस क्रिएट करते हैं जहाँ पे लोग सोच पाए, जहाँ पे वो जो किया है उसके बारे में सोच पाए। दूसरा है कि टीचर्स को कोई लिस्ट ना दे करके उनको ये निर्णय लेने की अथॉरिटी देना कि आप अपनी क्लास को जानते हैं, आपको ऑटोनॉमी है। तीसरा है कि जब विविधता है जो वो सिर्फ स्टूडेंट्स में नहीं पर ओवरऑल सोसाइटी में, टीचर्स में भी वो विविधता दिखे। चौथा है जो माइंडफुलनेस है, जो आज हमारे साथ विभा ने भी आज यहाँ पे किया। और पांचवा है कि एक ऐसा एनवायरनमेंट बना सके, ऐसी जगह बना पाए जहाँ पे जजमेंट ना हो, जहाँ पे सब सेफ फील करें। और एक और आखिरी चीज़ उन्होंने कही कि नोट्स लेना काफ़ी नहीं होता है, पर टाइम टू टाइम टीचर से बात करना, उनसे पूछना कैसा चल रहा है, क्या नहीं ठीक जा रहा है, वो बहुत ज़रूरी हो जाता है।
Just want to add one thing about teachers.
Yes, Srinidhi, please.
I think one of the difficulties is that we have to acknowledge that teachers don't know that society has a specific understanding around disability, which is located in a understanding of us being less. There being lack in us, whether we are women with disabilities or children with disabilities or men with disabilities. And that doesn't go away anywhere because society is reinforcing the lack over and over. So on some levels, the teacher education also needs to expand their understanding of disability, right? Because it's not often that teachers have access to persons with disabilities who can be role models, for instance, right? So in practice, we are working with the government of Odisha and UNFPA to build some curriculums on life skills education for the special schools in Odisha. And one of the things that we had wanted to do was to present role models to the children. But in practice, we are also presenting role models to the educators, right? Because there's not enough understanding about the kinds of accomplishments that are possible for persons with disabilities and the kinds of things that the professions that they go to become, the kinds of things that they would like to do in their lives, right? Opening up opportunities in some way, and that will only be embedded into the understanding of every day in the classroom if the teacher's understanding of disability shifts. And that requires specific interventions to unpack how disability impacts their understanding of what is expected in the classroom.
श्रीनिधि ने ऐड किया कि एक्चुअली हमारी सोसाइटी में जो अंडरस्टैंडिंग है डिसेबिलिटी को लेकर के वो मोस्टली ये रहती है कि जो पर्सन्स विद डिसेबिलिटी हैं वो कम है। तो टीचर की अंडरस्टैंडिंग बढ़ाना बहुत ज़रूरी है। वो जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ उड़ीसा के साथ जो काम कर रहे हैं, जहाँ पे करिकुलम बना रहे हैं लाइफ स्किल्स पे, वहाँ पे वो सिर्फ बच्चों के लिए ही नहीं रोल मॉडल कर रहे हैं, बल्कि एडुकेटर्स के लिए भी रोल मॉडल कर रहे हैं कि आगे जा कर के उनके लिए क्या क्या अपॉर्चुनिटीज़, क्या क्या चीज़ें पॉसिबल हैं उनके लिए, पर्सन्स ऑफ डिसेबिलिटी के लिए। तो सपोर्ट से पहले ये ज़रूरी है कि उनकी जो समझ है डिसेबिलिटी को लेकर के वो बढ़ाई जाए।
Thank you, Bhargavi and Srinidhi. I think both of you actually spoke about many things which are really, really at the core of making inclusion happen. When we talk about support to the teachers, of course, yes, I think a big piece there also is demonstrations. And like all of you said, is that as humans, we do learn from demonstrations. And especially in our context in India, there's hardly success stories where teachers with diversity, children with diversity, they are all together in one space. There's a feeling of belongingness. Things are working beautifully. Unless we really see that happening in front of us, unless we are part of that ourselves, it's really very difficult to even understand, like, where do I begin now? What do I do? How do I even start? So all those questions start coming to teachers, and teachers they bear it all, they face it all. They do try to do as much as they can. But at the same time, I think it's to some extent, it's also on schools to what extent this is prioritized, right? To what extent the accountability lies on the school that, okay, if teachers are going for trainings, what is the follow-up to that? How are we looking at the implementation from there when they come back? I think it's entirely also a systemic piece which is involved in this. Parul, I'll come to you because I know you have worn different hats. You have been a caregiver, but you have also been part of different jobs that you have taken. And have been, I think, a witness to what collaboration means when it comes to, I'll go back to what Ravi was saying, that everything happens in silos. How do we make that collaboration work when all stakeholders need to be brought up into the fold of inclusive education, and so that the transformation starts happening from there? पारुल, मैं आपसे ये जानना चाहूँगी क्योंकि आपने बहुत अलग अलग एरियाज़ में काम किए हैं, आपने वर्कशॉप्स भी होल्ड किए हैं, एज अ केयर गिवर आपने बहुत सपोर्ट किया है प्रोफेशनली, ऑल्सो यू हैव बीन इन डिफरेंट स्पेसेस। मैं ये जानना चाहूँगी कि जब कोलैबोरेशन की बात होती है, तब हम जानते हैं कि हर स्टेक होल्डर को एक साथ आके काम करना है, नहीं तो नहीं होगा इंक्लूजन। लेकिन हम इसके तरफ आगे कैसे बढ़े? आपके एक्सपीरियंसेस और लर्निंग्स आपने क्या सीखा कि अगर ऑल स्टेक होल्डर्स को आना है एक साथ इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन को रियलिटी बनाने के लिए, तो हम वो कैसे करें?
ये बहुत ही महत्व का सवाल है, श्वेता। थैंक्स फॉर दिस क्वेश्चन। we all know that there are very few spaces where professionals that work with children that need support, extra support, uh, are talking to each other, right? Kafi baar now, Umeed is one unique space like that, because in Umeed you will have occupational therapists, you'll have persons working with autism, you'll have physiotherapists, speech therapists, you'll have uh, pediatricians, and all of them are sharing with each other what each person who comes to them for support requires and what they're doing with each other. Typically, what happens in a school setup is any child goes to one speech therapist at some place, goes to another occupational therapist somewhere else, goes to, an educator somewhere else. And then often at the school level, the school has this thing that, we know best and we cannot be advised by 4 or 5 other people giving us all these things, because that's really going to interfere with our streamlined way of looking at things. Now, there is no one easy answer to how this can be all done collaboratively. But one thing is sure, that if it's not done collaboratively, nobody wins. Nobody wins in the situation, and the person needing support is at the, experience is the least benefits from this. So one thing I think, again, that needs to be understood by all persons that work with any child who needs special support is that the parents, firstly, are with the child 24/7. And therefore, the parents would be, in some ways, experts to what the child needs. But more than that, and I want to come back to what Srinidhi said earlier, that you go to school for many reasons. And education is only one of the things. In fact, education is incidental. अगर मैं किसी को पूछूं कि what is the memory that stands out the most for you through your school days, I doubt anybody is going to say कि वो जो algebra class था ना, or that geography teacher, and nobody. But you're going to remember good and bad memories that have to do with socialization, that have to do with friendships, that have to do with, some kind of like a dance or a performance, or, what you did in the lunch breaks. And all of this actually creates the person, right? So it is so important to speak to the person also as an expert in themselves. This is also so required. And this is also something that needs to be made, parents also need to be made aware of that. Today, we are at a stage where even parents are not consulted as experts most times, right? But actually, you need to go a step even beyond that. And no matter how young the child is an expert on his or her or their needs, right? So that also needs to be at the center of any collaborative educational process that we need to put in place.
पारुल कहती हैं कि प्रोफेशनल्स जो होते हैं, बहुत जो काम कर रहे हैं इस फील्ड में, वो एक दूसरे से उतना बात नहीं करते हैं। उम्मीद में शायद जो टीम्स हैं अलग अलग, जो ऑक्यूपेशनल थेरेपी है, ऑटिज्म टीम है, डेवलपमेंटल पीडियाट्रिशियंस हैं, ये आपस में बात करते हैं जब कोई एक फैमिली उनके पास आती है। पर स्कूल्स में स्पेशली ये मुश्किल होती है जब वो उनके अपने तरीके से कुछ चीज़ें करना चाहते हैं। वहाँ पे सहभागिता उतनी आसानी से नहीं होती है। पेरेंट्स को ये नहीं देखा जाता है कि वो एक्सपर्ट्स हैं, और बहुत ज़रूरी है ये देखना कि जो बच्चे हैं उनको ये देखा जाए कि वो एक्सपर्ट्स हैं। क्योंकि जैसा श्रीनिधि ने भी कहा था कि पढ़ाई सिर्फ एक भाग है उसका, पर लंच ब्रेक या फिर दोस्ती या फिर डांस में भाग लेना उतना ही ज़रूरी है। तो बच्चों का और पेरेंट्स का सहभागिता बहुत ज़रूरी है, और उनका एक्सपर्टीज आना बहुत ज़रूरी है।
Thank you, Parul. I would also actually like to hear from Bhargavi as well, and anybody else, even Ravi and Srini, if you'd like to add your thoughts to this.
One thing I would second on what Parul said is parents not being taken as a very strong stakeholder, I often find parents been talked down. I tell it from the school perspective that I am the authority and you listen to me. So we do not consider parents as an equal partner in this journey. That is one. And secondly, parents are also having this opinion, if I may add, to think that, having inclusion is kind of a charity. And I believe as a school, as a society, and we have to normalize having diversity than telling and I'm including this and I'm including that. It should be rather, I mean, it's a whole space, it's a holistic space when you have everybody inside, and it's not like you cannot pick and choose. Just like food, you need variety. This adds a lot of flavor. So normalizing diversity is one huge thing. And one other thing that I would like to add to what Parul said is oftentimes, from the perspective of parents, they think teachers are know it all. I mean, if teacher doesn't know how to do, what am I going to do in my life? A lot of times, I mean, it feels so sad that, teachers also, you do a subject matter expertise where you learn some subjects, math, physics, chemistry, you do a B.Ed, you come there. And when when we started the conversation, Parul rightly said the world is evolving at a very fast rate, and the teacher development is not as fast as the world is rolling out. So in that case, I feel lot more stakeholders than just parents and special educators, or there are lots of other community members, like, I need to know what is happening with AI, and how can I, as a language teacher myself, it's such a challenging thing to find if the child has really written it or it's pulled out from a ChatGPT. So I need somebody who is specifically in that domain to give me some insight about how can I combat and how can I use technology to pivot and help the child learn. So this teacher knowing it all, that stigma also has to break, and a lot more stakeholders get involved to benefit the learner.
भार्गवी ऐड करते हैं कि वो अग्री करते हैं कि जो पेरेंट्स होते हैं, जो माता पिता होते हैं, उनको बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग स्टेक होल्डर नहीं माना जाता है उतना, और विविधता को नॉर्मलाइज करना बहुत ज़रूरी है। और ये एक बहुत मानते हैं लोग कि टीचर्स जो है उनको सब पता है। बहुत बार पेरेंट्स ऐसा सोचते हैं, पर वर्ल्ड जिस स्पीड में आगे बढ़ रहा है, शायद टीचर्स का डेवलपमेंट जो है वो उतना आगे उस स्पीड में नहीं बढ़ रहा है। जब हम भागीदारी की बात करते हैं, कोलैबोरेशन की बात करते हैं, बहुत सारे स्टेक होल्डर्स को साथ में आना ज़रूरी है, जिसमें कम्युनिटीज़, शायद टेक्नोलॉजी, जो एक्सपर्ट्स हैं उनको भी साथ में आना बहुत ज़रूरी है, टीचर्स और पेरेंट्स के साथ।
To add on to what is the discussion, because actually when we see for us at least, because we have a special school or something, the child may come to for maybe around some 4 hours or 5 hours. So what we make it is the parent, one parent, either the mother or the father or somebody, they have to come along, because ultimately they also need to sit down with the child and learn what needs to be learned. So it is important that we also have the parent to play a very important pivotal role. That is very, very important, because we have seen a child from 8th standard or 9th standard, until they are motivated, they are bugged on or egged on. Until they have a strong motivation, they will say, why should I? Because they don't have that vision of an importance of education. So the parent is a very important stakeholder. So what we do is, in all our exercises, we have a parent, teacher, and the NGOs interaction every quarter, every once in 3 months. We sit down and we also talk about the child from the parent, from the school perspective, and from our perspective. We also keep on motivating, and we also have got one more stakeholder is the school development or Gram Panchayat, because they ultimately it's a Gram Panchayat in the village who takes care of what is happening in the village. So we also try to see that somebody from the Gram Panchayat, it may be the chairman or somebody, is also there, so that the parents' burden or the teacher's burden is not just, is also shared and equitable. So the disability, as I keep talking about that, it's a multi-stakeholder. Everybody has got to play a role, and only a multi-stakeholder involvement can continue and ensure that the child with disability gets the education which is his right.
जो बच्चे हैं जिनको डिसेबिलिटीज हैं उनको उनका राइट उनका जो अधिकार है पढ़ाई को लेकर के एजुकेशन को लेकर के उसके लिए ज़रूरी है। रवि कहते हैं कि माता और पिता का साथ में आना ज़रूरी है और उसके साथ ही अगर कोई एनजीओ काम कर रहे हैं जो टीचर हैं वो साथ में मिलके बैठे और उनके केस में वो बोलते हैं ग्राम पंचायत जो है वो भी आकर के, क्योंकि सिर्फ माता पिता अकेले इसको नहीं कर सकते, सब साथ में मिलके ये देखते हैं कि कैसे उस बच्चे को उसका अधिकार जो है राइट टू एजुकेशन जो है वो मिले।
If I may just add to this.
Yes, sure. Yes.
Yeah. So while it is very important that parents be a part of the whole educating system, generally in our society, children are not understood to be experts in their own life or their own path that they choose. And I think many of us have experienced it in our lives too, where we might have become engineers or doctors or, taken on professions which are more valued in society and which our parents felt we should be doing, right? So, and that kind of mindset, and I say this as a parent, I have seen very closely, that sort of mindset seeps into your process of thinking, even when you have a child with, more severe support needs, right? So this also needs to be questioned. And we also need to have processes where for all children having, agency in how their life should look and how their education process should look, should become a part. I have a few cousins whose kids are studying in other parts of the world. And, this is introduced in small ways. Like if you have a school cafeteria, for example, children from preschool also get a chance to say what should be on the menu. Just a simple thing. And they may choose completely unhealthy options like French fries or something, but it's acknowledged and it is discussed. And, so this whole process, and in fact, this, if you see, it's not just about then limited to education. It's all about nation building, if you look at it that way. To be able to say what you want and what you think is the best thing for the whole group, right? And I think that is really, really lacking, to have a voice and to be able to express yourself in a coherent, respectful, and a collaborative way is something I think our education system doesn't consider required. And I think that really needs to be infused, for the children. Parents, yes, but definitely for the children.
पारुल कहते हैं कि बच्चों को स्पेशली जो है वो एक्सपर्ट्स या विशेषज्ञ नहीं समझा जाता है, वो मानसिकता में बदलाव की ज़रूरत है। उनको वो एजेंसी नहीं मिलती है कि वो ये बता पाए कि उनकी लाइफ कैसी दिखनी चाहिए या उनके लिए क्या सही है क्या गलत है वो बोल पाएँ। प्री स्कूल के बच्चों का भी ये उनका जो बोलना है वो सुना जाना चाहिए, डिस्कस किया जाना चाहिए। तो हम जब जो बच्चे जब ये बोल पाएंगे कि उन्हें जो सही लगता है वो बोल पाएँ, तभी हम नेशन बिल्डिंग या हमारे राष्ट्र के विकास के बारे में बात कर सकते हैं।
Thank you so much, Parul, for adding that, because that was my next question and you helped me to actually set the context. So thank you so much for that. And yes, I mean, that's something which is still, I think our culture, our society still needs to think about how do we give agency to children when it comes to any space for that matter, because we are talking about them all the time. We are talking about so many aspects of inclusion. Where do they come in that whole aspect of inclusion is something we really need to think about. I would like to ask this to all the panelists, because I feel it's something, it's very personal about it, that I I've seen what happens when we ask children different kind of questions. So and what comes out sometimes is magic out of that. So what are the different spaces in schools or beyond schools where children's voices can be brought in very actively, and what might happen and how would that start looking like when we start doing this on a regular basis? तो मेरा क्वेश्चन है कि जब हम बच्चों को वो एजेंसी देना शुरू करेंगे, जब हम उनको हर स्पेस में इनवाइट करेंगे, उनसे हम जानना चाहेंगे कि उनका क्या ओपिनियन है, वो क्या चाहते हैं, कौन कौन से ऐसे स्पेसेस हैं स्कूल्स के अंदर जहां हम ये चीज़ शुरू कर सकते हैं एक्टिवली, और कैसा पॉसिबिलिटीज़ या मैजिक होने लगेगा जब हम ये शुरू करेंगे और वहाँ से क्या निकल के आएगा विच फाइनली कनेक्ट करेगा विद इंक्लूजन फॉर एवरीवन इन द स्कूल स्पेस एंड बियॉन्ड. थैंक यू. Anybody can start and then.
I can go.
Yes.
You know, in my experience, asking a child has been rewarding for me more than anything else, right? Because I feel like one of the things that we take away from children with disabilities is the practice of choice, right? Because a lot of things they have to do are out of their choice. They have to go to physiotherapy. They have to read in braille. They have to do this thing specifically. The disability itself brings with it certain things that are mandatory for the child to do to keep the child's well-being going, right? And one of the things in my work with one of the children he's autistic and 15, and just yesterday we were reading a book together, and I asked him which one of these two books you want to read, and he just opened Avaz and said none. And I was like, okay. The lesson plan is not more important than him being able to participate in the session. So I need to be as a facilitator, that's what we call ourselves. I have to be amenable, flexible to what he wants to do. So I asked him what he wanted to do, and he wanted to go for a walk. So we went for a walk and we observed nature, seasons changing, things like that. And that was the lesson in the end, right? But it was a experience for me to realize also that what are we holding on to when we are trying to work with children, right? Because I think in general with children, we don't allow for a lot of choice. There's a lot of like, you need to do this. But with children with disabilities, there are added expectations because of the disability. And also that, you know, they, like, for instance, when we think about children with disabilities, especially those with intellectual disabilities in the special schools, they have a very regimented schedule, you know. There's no time to be bored. There's no time to just be in the classroom to goof around. You have to have the schedule and you need to follow it in a very regimented way, right? I understand that some of it is expectations to build structure around the disability. But what are we losing by adding that and not having the child exercise choice? The child have actively choose, I don't feel like paying attention in this class, right? Because children without disabilities make those choices all the time. Children with disabilities also need to practice making choices, because if we don't practice making these small choices, then the big choices become too hard to do. What subject am I going to study is going to become harder because I have no practice in making small choices throughout my life, right? So the big ones become difficult, and we know that already because of disability, we experience the world as limited choices, right? Like I can't do this already because of my disability, right? And so it's the world. I mean, like say I can't go to a restaurant if it is not wheelchair accessible, right? So there are limitations for the existence. So the choice has to be something we actively inculcate. So it's even if it is small things like choose one book between this, right? And then honor the choice that the child is making, right? And that would be something, scaffold the choice for the child, right? If they have difficulty choosing, then scaffold it for them so that it's better experienced, right?
श्रीनिधि शेयर करती हैं कि बच्चों से पूछना इटसेल्फ उनके लिए पुरस्कृत है, रिवॉर्डिंग है। उन्होंने एक एग्जांपल शेयर किया कि जब उन्होंने एक ऑटिस्टिक 15 साल के बच्चे से जिनके साथ वो काम करते हैं, उन्होंने ये पूछा कि आपको कौन सी बुक पढ़नी है? उन्होंने कहा कुछ नहीं, कोई भी नहीं। और उन्होंने कहा कि उन्होंने जब पूछा कि आपको क्या करना है? उन्होंने कहा कि मुझे एक वॉक के लिए जाना है। वो ही एक लेसन बन गया एंड में। तो आई थिंक स्पेशली जो बच्चे हैं जिनको डिसेबिलिटीज़ हैं, उनको उनकी चॉइस बहुत बार नहीं मिलती है, जो और बच्चों को शायद मिल जाती है। एडेड जो अपेक्षाएं हैं उनसे होती हैं, और उनके पास बहुत सीमित जो पसंद या चॉइस होती है वो बहुत सीमित होती है उनके लिए। तो हमारे लिए वो सोचना और ज़रूरी हो जाता है कि उनको एजेंसी कैसे हम और प्रोवाइड कर सकते हैं।
May I go next?
Sure, Parul.
Yeah. So, again, I totally agree with what everybody is discussing here and what Srinidhi just said. And one thing I think where the shift needs to happen for all of us, and this is something I realized pretty late in life as a parent, is we tend to look at what children do as the activity, and we rarely look at the role behind the activity. So, for example, if a child is reading, if a child is reading, we are looking at it as a period where the child learns to read. We are rarely defining the child as a reader of stories, right? So, or if a child is, say, watering plants, if I'm watering plants, I get recognized as a person who's fond of gardening, right? But we rarely look at the child with special needs, disabilities, as a person who is a gardener. This is an activity in their schedule, watering plants, activity in their schedule, reading, activity in their schedule, going to the gym, not gymmer, right? So I think when that shift happens, for everybody, be it educators or family members, I think that will also start allowing our persons to define themselves differently, and looking at for us also to start defining them differently and looking at them differently and allowing more agency, So like one example, we also talk of gender, and what you would prefer to be, what would be your preferred pronoun. So I do know of some countries that up till the age of 6 or 8, children in school are referred to by their name, right? They're not referred to them by gender until they decide what gender they want to be referred to. So, it could start looking like that, looking differently like that. And actually, my own son, in a way, made us rethink of this, because we, like all very typically traditional parents of persons with disability, thought he'll be in a special school because, he has limited academic learning. Then he'll go to a sheltered workshop, and after that he'll go to a residential place which will look after his needs. But after school, and when he went to one of the very good residential workshops, after being there for 8 years, he made it very clear that he doesn't want to be there full day. He loved going there, but this is not what I want to do with my whole day. And it was only then that we started reflecting on, at his age, neither my husband nor I, ever thought we could be doing the same thing for 8 years. And that is when he kind of pushed us into rethinking about what he would like to do. And then he, set up a small entrepreneurship and it really opened up the world for him. Then, of course, we had thought of residential place. And then again, now we are like rethinking that, and we're thinking of how he could probably be in a space where the support he requires is available at the same time. He's may not need to be in a completely residential place. We are exploring that, right? Again, this thing about independence, this is another big thing with disability. Will the person be independent? And I have learned through my son that I'm not independent. None of us are independent, right? We have persons doing work for us at home. We have persons doing our taxes. We have persons doing, people are looking after us in different capacities, but we consider ourselves independent. It's just that there might be a group that requires different kind of support or additional supports than what we consider regular supports. So that does not make them dependent. It just makes them people who are in need of different supports. So these things, once we start looking at these things differently, I think that's how the world would start looking differently for persons with disability.
पारुल ने शेयर किया कि एक और बदलाव की ज़रूरत है जब हम गतिविधि या एक्टिविटी की बात करते हैं। हम एक्टिविटी देखते हैं, जो उनका जो दिनचर्या है उसमें क्या शेड्यूल है, क्या एक्टिविटी है। गार्डनिंग एक एग्जाम्पल है, पर हम उनके जब पर्सन्स विद डिसेबिलिटीज़ की बात करते हैं, हम उनको एज अ गार्डनर नहीं देखेंगे। ये बहुत ज़रूरी है कि हम, जैसे उन्होंने एक और एग्जाम्पल लिया कि बाहर जो कुछ देशों में जेंडर शुरू में नहीं बोला जाता है, बच्चों को उनके फर्स्ट नाम से बुलाया जाता है। तो बच्चों को वो एजेंसी देना या बच्चों के पास वो चॉइसेस होना, उन्होंने अपने पर्सनल एग्जाम्पल भी शेयर किया। उनके खुद के जो बेटे हैं, उन्होंने जब एज पेरेंट्स पारुल ने और उनके हस्बैंड ने पूरा उनके लिए प्लान बनाया था, तो कुछ टाइम बाद जब उनके बेटे ने आकर के बताया कि मैं पूरे दिन ये नहीं करना चाहता हूँ, तो वो उसकी एजेंसी थी, उन्होंने अपना वहाँ पे चॉइस रखी। और तब पारुल शेयर करते हैं कि उन्होंने सोचा उसके बारे में कि हाँ, ये ऐसे भी हो सकता है। आई थिंक इंडिपेंडेंस या स्वावलंबी होना एक जो शब्द है, हम ये बहुत यूज़ करते हैं पर्सन्स विद डिसेबिलिटीज़ के लिए, पर हम में से कोई भी उतना स्वावलंबी या इंडिपेंडेंट नहीं है। हम सब एक दूसरे पे डिपेंडेंट हैं, तो वो सबके लिए लागू करता है।
Thank you so much, Parul and Srinidhi, for sharing that. I mean, like very rightly you said that it starts with such small actions, even something as simple as like, what would you like to eat today for breakfast? Is a choice given there, and then accepting the choice. जब हमेशा बोलते हैं कि child's lead follow करो, not in just play, not in just sessions, but also in life. Every time उनको क्या चाहिए, उनका opinion आप लो, then you decide what you want to do and how you want to go about taking such big decisions. When small decisions are in place, things might become much more easier for everyone. That brings into the end of the session. I would really like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the panelists for giving their valuable time and making this discussion so enriching. I myself have been inspired by it, and I just loved it, being a part of this. So thank you so much. I think there are some questions on the chat, which we may be able to forward to the speakers or the panelists. In the meantime, it's almost 1:15, so please do move towards lunch and have your lunch. But as you are having your lunch, do enjoy some of the videos which have been put up. And these videos are actually talking about different practices, inclusive practices, which have been done in different kind of school spaces and organizations. So definitely do take out time and watch that. Thank you so much once again to everyone to be part of this. Thanks a lot.
Thank
We
you.
will
Yeah.
thank you all the panelists
Thank you.
and
Thank you so much for having
Sweetha.
all of us. Such a pleasure to listen to Parul, Bhargavi, and Ravi.
No, thank you for joining us today and sharing your experiences and stories from your work. It was a pleasure listening to all of you. And thank you, Joita, for moderating this space. As Joita shared, we will be going for a lunch break right now. The lunch break is till 2:10. So it's a 1 hour lunch break from 1:10 to 2:10. During the lunch break, there are going to be some videos that will be showcased that are videos of different organizations where they are talking about the work that they do, some of the inclusive practices that they use in their work. So while you are having your lunch, please feel free to keep looking at the video. We'll come back at 2:10 we'll come back. Please stay logged in, do not log out. And after we come back, we'll get into the next section of stories. So please have a good lunch, all of you. And
Thank
please stay
you so
logged in.
much. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye, Parul. Bye, everyone.
Thank you.
हमारा विद्यालय स्वजन शिक्षा समिति उत्तराखंड के जौनपुर ब्लॉक हमारा विद्यालय स्वजन शिक्षा समिति उत्तराखंड के जौनपुर ब्लॉक टिहरी गढ़वाल डिस्ट्रिक्ट में स्थित है और एक ग्रामीण समुदाय द्वारा संचालित विद्यालय है जो 2002 में स्थापित किया गया था और फिलहाल उसे 22 वर्ष से ऊपर हो गया है। ये स्कूल बहुत छोटा है पर इन 20 सालों में इसने उस पूरी एरिया में पूरे समुदाय में अपनी एक अलग छवि तैयार की है और ख़ास करके स्कूल की जो विशेषताएं हैं जिस वजह से उसकी ये छवि बनी है वो काफ़ी सराहनीय है। वो मुझे लगता है कि एक चर्चा का विषय है आज के युग में जहां हम बहुत सारे बड़े स्कूलों को देखते हैं ग्रामीण इलाकों में हो या शहरों में हो और वो जिस प्रकार से चल रहे हैं या जिस प्रकार की उनकी व्यवस्था है और जो उनके उन विद्यालयों में पढ़ने वाले बच्चे हैं उनकी जो गुणवत्ता है उन सबको देखते हुए जब मैं इस विद्यालय को देखता हूँ और जिसके साथ मैं पिछले 15 से अधिक सालों से जुड़ा रहा हूँ मेरा It has been an opportunity for me to be working with this school and to learn from them. At the same time, I see that this school has a really special value in the so-called education system that we see in today's time. And the children are divided into, say, for example, different groups, and each group has a leader and a certain responsibility to look after the school. So in the morning when they come, so one group might be seen working in the garden, or planting the flowers, sowing the seeds, or the other group might be involved in cleaning of the campus. The another group might be involved in preparing for the morning assembly and some cultural performances, whereas one more group can be seen tutoring children or supporting their peers in their academic classes. So this way we try to imbibe the leadership qualities in the children from a very early age, and the value of ownership and responsibility comes very organically in the children. Similarly, the parent community is extremely active, whether it comes to improving the quality of education or supporting the school physically, if there is some construction work, or by providing manual labor, or one can say that in times of necessity, when the school was in early stages and when there wasn't any funds to support the salary of the teachers, it was the community and the parents who came forward to provide the basic requirements, from ration to everything. Even the land that is where the school stands today, वो भी समुदाय द्वारा ही डोनेट किया गया है. तो इस तरह से हम उनका इन्वॉल्वमेंट देखते हैं. पेरेंट्स टीचर कम्युनिटी का है, क्योंकि many of the teachers who are teaching in the school have also been ex-students of the same school, and so they understand the culture, they understand the issues of the children, and having grown in that atmosphere, coming from the local community, they are in a better position to understand the socio-economic and cultural context of the child, and also the difficulties. So that way, we see that this school is more like a family, a big family, where care is taken to nurture the capabilities of each child. Again, what we see is that another unique feature is the emphasis on cultural preservation, the promotion of the local culture, where we see that children in today's time are not taking too much pride in their own culture, in their own language, and working with their hands. This school stands out as an example to say that no, it is possible. And when children are being taught in a way which is in a tune with their local context, then definitely the children learn better, they feel more comfortable, as well as it serves the purpose of looking at their own identity and their own culture with dignity. And so we have these cultural performances where the children are taught and encouraged to practice the local art forms, the dance forms, and also perform at various state and national level platforms, so that it also creates confidence, generates confidence, as well as makes the school sustainable, because whatever donations or support income they receive through those performances goes into supporting the institution. And the other thing is the school actively promotes mental well-being, and a sense of equity by encouraging children to work closely with one another. So in terms of peer-to-peer learning, where, children who have a certain degree of proficiency in a particular subject or academic area work with children who may be struggling with that particular area in groups or even in the classroom setting or even after the school is over through extra hours of work. So that way, it's a very collaborative approach. So a child who is struggling with a particular subject or a skill may not be looked down upon or bullied by other children, rather is compassionately encouraged and supported by his peers. We try to also cater the teachers, of course, they are working very hard to make learning more collaborative, but at the same time the methods can vary to suit the learning style of each child. Lastly, I would like to say that the teachers are also working very hard. They come from the same background, from the same community. They encourage children to speak in their own local language. So and also promote sports, and so in a way that kind of helps for the children to also relate to their teachers in a better way without fear, in a joyful way. They joke, they walk around, so it creates a very harmonious, holistic and organic way of learning atmosphere, which is so conducive for bringing out the best in each child. Thank you.
Inclusion is not about ramps or toilets. It's about love, it's about dignity, it's about hope. It's about a teacher looking at a child with disability and saying, yes, you belong here. It's about classmates learning to be a kind, not a clever. Good morning, everyone. My name is Bautina Musahari, and I work with Action for Inclusion and Empowerment Trust in Kokrajhar district of Assam. Our organization AIET works for persons with disabilities, especially women and children with disability. Today, I would like to share my experience not just as a social worker, but as someone who has seen the silent pain many children carry when they are left out of something as basic, as beautiful as school. Many of us take education for granted. But for children with disability, just entering the school gate can feel like a battle against stairs they can't climb, books they can't read, teacher who don't understand them, or classmates who look at them differently. I have met children who stopped smiling because they always told they were slow or different. I have met mothers who cried silently because their children are kept at home, not because they don't want to study, but because there is no school ready to welcome them. Inclusion is not just about ramps or toilets. It's about love, it's about dignity, it's about hope. It's about a teacher looking at a child with a disability and saying, yes, you belong here. We work for person with disability, especially women and children with disability, for their rights and entitlement. The organization has started in the year of 2014, but we started full-fledgedly in the year of 2015. Since then, we have been working with the women in their livelihoods, for their empowerment. Recently, we have started our daycare center, and back 2018, we also practiced one of our government lower primary school as an inclusive school. There, to support the teacher, we send our volunteers, trained volunteers to help teachers. Since that village where we adopted that school, there was only one teacher, and the classes were from primary to class 5, but there were no teacher to support a disabled children. So we identified that school and we sent our volunteer to teach and support the teacher. There, what we can see, what we can learn is that as teacher can make a school inclusive by only adopting like a small equipments. For example, if a child cannot hold a pencil, what we did back then, we used to roll in a pencil, we used to roll a cloth so that child can get a grip, so that they can grip a pencil. So those are the small modification we did, and we also provided the teacher audio tape where a child with disability can listen and learn. So these are the small changes we did in that school, but unfortunately COVID hit and student could not able to rejoin the classes because the area is very interior, it's very backward, and then parents, they do a daily wages. So those are the small things we face challenges. After that, we did a home-based training, like home-based schooling. Our volunteers, they go visit and work with those children. Inclusion is not about ramps or toilets. It's about love, it's about dignity, it's about hope. It's about a teacher looking at a child with disability and saying, yes, you belong here. It's about classmates learning to be a kind, not a clever. It's about schools becoming a place where no child feels excluded or invisible. To all the educators, families, policymakers, students and professionals, I would like to request to see them with your whole heart. Inclusion is not about favor, it's a right. It's not extra work. It's what makes our school truly whole. Let us dream of a school, classrooms, where every child can love, learn, and grow together. Because we just not include one life, we change entire communities. With this, I would like to end, and I am really grateful and thank you for making me part of this journey. Thank you.
सहयोग चेहक ट्रस्ट द्वारा शुरू किया गया यह कार्यक्रम समुदाय आधारित सामाजिक परिवर्तन के लिए एक महत्वपूर्ण पल है, जिसमें हम महिलाओं और बच्चों की ज़रूरतों को प्राथमिकता देने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध हैं। हम इस बात पर पूरा विश्वास रखते हैं कि शिक्षा ही सामाजिक परिवर्तन की नींव है और हम वंचित समुदायों की महिलाओं और बच्चों के लिए सतत परिवर्तन के लिए काम करते हैं। उन्हें समृद्धि शिक्षा, विशेष शिक्षा, जीवन कौशल और व्यावसायिक अवसरों तक पहुंच प्रदान करते हैं।
एरिया के जो भी मल्टी डिसेबल्ड बच्चे होते हैं वो सेंटर पे आते हैं। जब वो सेंटर पे आते हैं तो उनका प्रोफेशनल असेसमेंट होता है, उनका डॉक्यूमेंटेशन का काम होता है, फाइल बनता है और साथ ही साथ टीचर भी अपना असेसमेंट करते हैं।
अक्सर ये देखा गया कि संघर्ष के बच्चों को समुदायों में सामाजिक अलगाव या एकांत का सामना करना पड़ता था। उन्हें समाज में समान अधिकार और अवसर प्राप्त नहीं होते थे। उनमें से कई को अक्सर उनकी उम्र के बच्चों द्वारा चिढ़ाया जाता था और उदासीनता से व्यवहार किया जाता था। हमने उनके स्कूलों में छात्रों के साथ विकलांगता जागरूकता कार्यक्रम और सत्र आयोजित किए, जिनमें अधिकांश बच्चे एक ही पड़ोस से आते थे। छात्रों के बीच एक दूसरे से मिलने और एक दूसरे से बातचीत करने के अवसर प्रदान करके हम समावेश की भावना को बढ़ावा दे सकते हैं। इनमें से कुछ छात्र रोशन लाइब्रेरी में आने लगे।
छोटी सी आशा मस्ती भरे मन की छोटी सी आशा चांद तारों को छूने की आशा आसमानों में उड़ने की आशा।
साल का विराट जो हमारे साथ में 2022 में हमारे प्रोग्राम में जुड़ा, स्कूल की तैयारी कौशल्य पर काम किया। जो 2023 में उनका दाखिला बीएमसी स्कूल अंग्रेजी मीडियम में कराया गया। टीचर को सपोर्ट संघर्ष टीम ने किया। उनके पेरेंट्स को दिक्कतों को लेकर परेशानी महसूस कर रहे थे, लेकिन जब उन्हें ये देखकर बड़ी खुशी हुई कि वो बच्चा उनके पास है, ना ही वो बोर्डिंग में है और ना ही कहीं दूर है, कल बीएमसी स्कूल में है, जहाँ पर वो जाकर वापस अपने घर के परिवार के साथ मिलकर खुशी का एक माहौल उनके घर में अब नजर आता है। उनका पूरा परिवार बड़ी खुशी से विराट को स्कूल जाते हुए देखकर बहुत खुश होता है।
रेडी भागो।
Very good, very good.
इन प्रयासों से विकलांगता के प्रति जागरूकता से भी ज्यादा उनकी सोच में बदलाव लाने में समावेश की भावना को बढ़ावा मिलता है। कॉलेज के छात्रों को पीडब्ल्यूडी और शिक्षकों के साथ मिलकर काम करने के लिए प्रोत्साहित किया जाता है। इन अनुभवों का विकलांगता के बारे में उनकी धारणा पर स्थायी प्रभाव पड़ता है। हमारा मानना है कि वे विकलांगता के बारे में सही दृष्टिकोण के साथ भविष्य के नेताओं के रूप में अपने कुछ निर्णयों को प्रभावित करेंगे।
The Setco Foundation was created in 2009 to implement the Setco Group's corporate social responsibility initiatives. The foundation began its journey in Kalol, a tribal belt of Panchmahal district in the vicinity of the Setco plants, Gujarat, which is near the famous pilgrimage site of Pavagadh. Malnutrition in the area was as high as 76%, and Anganwadis were practically non-functional with no food, facilities or education. The area also faced communal violence and mistrust. We integrated 3 Anganwadis from 3 different religious communities to help build communal harmony. In 2009, Nandaghar was inaugurated by the then Chief Minister, now Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi. We began by supporting about 150 children with nutritious food, milk and a play school. Today, the foundation takes an integrated approach to social development, collaborating with the local communities for 5 major high-impact sustainable initiatives. All this is possible because Setco Automotive dedicates 5% of its annual net profit to the Setco Foundation and CSR, far greater than the 2% mandate by the CSR Act. Let's look at the programs. Ayushi Health and Nutrition Program. The Ayushi program targets a permanent shift in community health through a life cycle approach. This program addresses maternal health and care, malnutrition eradication, and adolescent health and behavior. Community health workers form the backbone of our health programs.
जिस एरिया में हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं वहाँ पर हमको मालन्यूट्रिशन का प्रमाण ज़्यादा देखने को मिला है, तो हमने उनका इंटरवेंशन स्टार्ट किया। जब मदर प्रेग्नेंट रहती है तो उसका प्रेगनेंसी के दरमियान उसका केयर करना, उसकी होम विजिट करना, उनको इम्यूनाइजेशन करवाना। हेल्थ वर्कर उसी एरिया की हमने ली है, डे टू डे उसको मिलती है क्या खाना है, कितने टाइम खाना है, क्या पोषण लेना है, आपको कब ममता दिन में आना है, वो पूरा इंटरवेंशन करती है। और जब बच्चा पैदा होता है तो धात्री माता बनती है, तो उस वक्त भी उनका इंटरवेंशन वो रहता है कि उनका स्तनपान कब करवाना है, कितनी बार करवाना है। बच्चों का ग्रोथ मॉनिटरिंग 0 से 6 साल के अंडर बच्चे जो रहते हैं हर मंथ पे करते हैं। एडोलेसेंट है तो उनका भी ग्रोथ मॉनिटरिंग करके उनका भी कुपोषण का प्रमाण निकालते हैं।
Our trained Ayushi team also promotes good practices in the communities by conducting informational workshops on health and nutrition. All of this has led to dramatic impact in our adopted communities, bringing the malnutrition rate from 76% down to less than 20%, far less than the national rate. Malnutrition is significantly impacted by a child's weight at birth. Compared to other regions, nearly 96% of our babies are now born at normal birth weight, and the vast majority are given the early care needed.
और यहाँ पे आके ने मेरे को सब सलाह देते थे, खाना खुराक लेने का, लोई टेस्ट करने ले आते थे वो। पहले चिंता थी कि 1 किलो के अभी 2 किलो ने 700 ग्राम से भी बहुत बढ़िया लगता है, मुझे कोई टेंशन नहीं।
We also generate awareness of various government schemes and benefits and assist local residents through the application process. The Ayushi program is conducted across 18 Anganwadis, out of which 6 are supported by GCSRA and being developed into a model program for reducing malnutrition through government linkages. A huge part of the success can also be attributed to our technical partners Sneha Mumbai to develop, deliver and monitor high-impact interventions. In order to reduce the health hazards caused by traditional chulhas, we collaborated with the Blue Lab project of University of Michigan and began Parivartan initiative. Under this initiative, we train local ladies to make smokeless chulhas at site. This also enables us to create local entrepreneurial base. PEHL, Early Childhood Intervention and Development Disability Support. We understand that the emotional, social and physical development of young children has a direct effect on their overall development and on the adult they will become. This is the essence of ECD program. Setco Foundation has partnered with Ummeed Mumbai to develop its PEHL program, under which community development associates were trained by Ummeed. The community outreach for creating awareness on ECD is undertaken by the trained CDAs. GMCD visits of all infant are organized under Ayushi program. Once the infant is identified as delayed, the visits are monitored under the PEHL program. They are categorized in these 4 groups. A specialized doctor then visits the center and diagnoses the infant's problem and suggests the appropriate goals for therapy.
સેટકો આંગણવાડીમાં સંપર્ક લીધો અને એક્ટિવિટીના કારણે અમારા બાળકમાં ખાસા પ્રકારનું પરિવર્તન જોવા મળે છે. શરૂઆતમાં અમારું બાળક ઊભું નહોતું રહી શકતું કે ચાલી નથી શકતું, દોડી નથી શકતું. અત્યારે ધીમે ધીમે અમે જોઈએ તો અમારું બાળક ઊભું પણ થઈ શકે છે, એની જાતે ચાલી પણ શકે છે અને સારા હાવભાવ પણ કરી શકે છે.
A large number of children have been benefited through PEHL and can now joyfully swing through childhood. Nandaghar, Early Childhood Development and Education Program. With a goal to ensure that every child is able to achieve appropriate developmental milestone and school readiness, we began the Nandaghar program. We made provision for additional trained Anganwadi teachers for more focused attention. We have also introduced the Montessori curriculum in all our associated Anganwadis.
जो बच्चे हमारे साथ 6 साल से जुड़े हैं और हमने पूरा उनका रिकॉर्ड फॉलो अप रखा कि 2009 से आज तक कितने बच्चे ग्रेजुएट हुए, कितने बच्चे हमारे साथ जुड़े, और हमने इसलिए फॉलो अप रखा कि वो बच्चे हमारे साथ सीख के कहीं ड्रॉप आउट ना हो जाए.
Thus, the continuum of care which starts from our Aarushi program continues further in form of developing a better foundation for child to grow. Shreyas Foundation is our partner for this initiative. Shiksha, Sports for Empowerment Program. Sports for Development is a recognized tool for sustainable development and has power to impact individual and society as a whole. It also plays a crucial role breaking various social barriers.
હું હરિજન છું તો બધા અલગ નજરિયાથી મને દેખતા હતા, પણ પછી હું શિખર પ્રોગ્રામમાં જોઈન થઈ, પછી એવું દેખવા નહીં સ્પોર્ટ પ્રોગ્રામમાં જોઈન થયા પછી મને દેખવા નહીં આવતું કે જાતિ વર્ગ એ कुछ भी કશું નહીં એમ.
हम सारे बच्चे एक आके खेल की नज़र से एक हो जाते हैं और हमें फ्रेंडशिप हो जाती है. लड़कियों को घर से बाहर नहीं निकलने दे रहे थे. मैंने उनको बोला कि स्पोर्ट्स के ज़रिए हम उनको आगे लेके जा सकते हैं. उनको पेरेंट्स को भी वो अच्छा लगने लगा.
ऐसे हमारे गांव में ऐसे हमें जाने नहीं देते थे घर से कि वहाँ पे सब लड़के रहेंगे, तुम लड़कियाँ जाके क्या करोगी.
सरों ने मम्मी पापा से बात की और उनको बोला कि तुम्हारी लड़की अच्छा खेल रही है, वो आगे जा सकती है.
और फिर लाइक मम्मी ने भी बोला कि हाँ तू भी जा. फिर हम दोनों ऐसे थोड़ा थोड़ा करके पहले डिस्ट्रिक्ट पे गोल्ड, फिर अब मैं स्टेट नेशनल तक जाके आई हूँ.
Started as a self-defense training for girls, the program has evolved into a full-fledged sports program focusing on promotion of judo, kabaddi, football, volleyball and kho-kho. The youths are identified and trained in these sports based on their interests and capabilities. After receiving the trainings, the youth participates in various tournaments and develop their leadership qualities, learn the life skills and develop themselves into better human beings of tomorrow. Aishani Livelihood and Women's Empowerment Program. The interested adolescent and women are mobilized and trained in various skills which would fetch them better livelihood in the local markets.
આ તાલીમથી એ લોકો પોતાની જાતે આગળ વધી શકે, પોતાની જાતે ધંધો કરી શકે, સીવણ ક્લાસ ચલાવી શકે એવી પણ ઈચ્છા ધરાવું છું. અને સાથે સાથે અમે સેટકો ફાઉન્ડેશન તરફથી એ લોકોને કામ બી આપી શકીએ છીએ.
They are supported through the group activities in the form of self-help groups and are linked with government programs for funding support beside developing necessary life skills. These efforts from Setco Foundation are not only changing lives and empowering community, but are also adding to a positive nation building.
हमारा विद्यालय स्वजन शिक्षा समिति उत्तराखंड के जौनपुर ब्लॉक टिहरी गढ़वाल डिस्ट्रिक्ट में स्थित है और एक ग्रामीण समुदाय द्वारा संचालित विद्यालय है जो 2002 में स्थापित किया गया था और फिलहाल उसे 22 वर्ष से ऊपर हो गया है. ये स्कूल बहुत छोटा है पर इन 20 सालों में इसने उस पूरी एरिया में, पूरे समुदाय में अपनी एक अलग छवि तैयार की है और ख़ास करके स्कूल की जो विशेषताएं हैं जिस वजह से उसकी ये छवि बनी है वो काफ़ी सराहनीय है. वो मुझे लगता है कि एक चर्चा का विषय है आज के युग में जहां हम बहुत सारे बड़े स्कूलों को देखते हैं, ग्रामीण इलाकों में हो या शहरों में हो, और वो जिस प्रकार से चल रहे हैं या जिस प्रकार की उनकी व्यवस्था है और जो उन विद्यालयों में पढ़ने वाले बच्चे हैं उनकी जो गुणवत्ता है, उन सबको देखते हुए जब मैं इस विद्यालय को देखता हूँ और जिसके साथ मैं पिछले 15 से अधिक सालों से जुड़ा रहा हूँ, it has been an opportunity for me to be working with this school and to learn from them. At the same time, I see that this school has a really special value in the so-called education system that we see in today's time. And the children are divided into, say, for example, different groups, and each group has a leader and a certain responsibility to look after the school. So in the morning when they come, so one group might be seen working in the garden or planting the flowers, sowing the seeds, or the other group might be involved in cleaning of the campus. Another group might be involved in preparing for the morning assembly and some cultural performances, whereas one more group can be seen tutoring children or supporting their peers in their academic classes. So this way we try to imbibe the leadership qualities in the children from a very early age, and the value of ownership and responsibility comes very organically in the children. Similarly, the parent community is extremely active, whether it comes to improving the quality of education or supporting the school physically, if there is some construction work, or so by providing manual labor, or one can say that in times of necessity, when the school was in early stages and when there wasn't any funds to support the salary of the teachers, it was the community and the parents who came forward to provide the basic requirements, from ration to everything. Even the land that is where the school stands today, वो भी समुदाय द्वारा ही डोनेट किया गया है. तो इस तरह से हम उनका इन्वॉल्वमेंट देखते हैं. पेरेंट्स टीचर कम्युनिटी का है, क्योंकि many of the teachers who are teaching in the school have also been ex-students of the same school, and so they understand the culture, they understand the issues of the children, and having grown in that atmosphere, coming from the local community, they are in a better position to understand the socio-economic and cultural context of the child and also the difficulties. So that way, we see that this school is more like a family, a big family, where care is taken to nurture the capabilities of each child. Again, what we see is that another unique feature is the emphasis on cultural preservation, the promotion of the local culture, where we see that children in today's time are not taking too much pride in their own culture, in their own language, and working with their hands. This school stands out as an example to say that no, it is possible, and when children are being taught in a way which is in a tune with their local context, then definitely the children learn better, they feel more comfortable, as well as it serves the purpose of looking at their own identity and their own culture with dignity. And so we have these cultural performances where the children are taught and encouraged to practice the local art forms, the dance forms, and also perform at various state and national level platforms, so that it also creates confidence, generates confidence, as well as makes the school sustainable, because whatever donations or support income they receive through those performances goes into supporting the institution. And the other thing is the school actively promotes mental well-being, and a sense of equity by encouraging children to work closely with one another. So in terms of peer-to-peer learning, where, children who have a certain degree of proficiency in a particular subject or academic area work with children who may be struggling with that particular area in groups, or even in the classroom setting, or even after the school is over through extra hours of work. So that way, it's a very collaborative approach. So a child who is struggling with a particular subject or a skill may not be looked down upon or bullied by other children, rather is compassionately encouraged and supported by his peers. We try to also cater the teachers, of course. They are working very hard to make learning more collaborative, but at the same time the methods can vary to suit the learning style of each child. Lastly, I would like to say that the teachers are also working very hard. They come from the same background, from the same community. They encourage children to speak in their own local language. So and also promote sports, and so in a way, that kind of helps for the children to also relate to their teachers in a better way, without fear, in a joyful way. They joke, they walk around. So it creates a very harmonious, holistic and organic way of learning atmosphere, which is so conducive for bringing out the best in each child. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope I am audible to each one of you. Tazim Nausheen, can we have the sign language interpreter? And can you spotlight us? गुड आफ्टरनून एवरीवन, मेरा नाम सादिका है और मैं उम्मीद के स्कूल सर्विसेज टीम का हिस्सा हूँ। मैंने मुंबई के एक प्राइवेट स्कूल में टीचिंग किया है और गवर्नमेंट स्कूल के साथ भी काम किया है। मैंने उम्मीद से यूआईएफपी एक इंक्लूजन का फेलोशिप किया है। In my experience of working in education sector, I have also collaborated with different NGOs in classroom management and teaching practices. Through my experience of working with different stakeholders in the school, I feel there is a strong need to support teachers to be able to support students. The space that we have now is a story space where different people will share about their experience of being in the system. हमारा टॉपिक है नथिंग अबाउट अस विदाउट अस। These people are going to share with us the importance of agency in decision making. They will also share with us their journey where they were excluded or included in the system, while there was decision making for themselves. They will also share how this has impacted their own journey. When we listen to stories of lived experience, we gain a unique perspective on the world. We learn about the challenges, achievements, and struggles that others have faced, and we begin to see the world through their lens. This can help us break down the stereotypes, challenge our assumption, and broaden our understanding of different experiences and identities. By creating a space for these stories to be shared, we build a more compassionate and inclusive community. The intent today, आज इस space का मकसद है to provide a platform for people to share their stories, connect with each other, and find support and solidarity. And we believe that by listening to these stories and learning from each other's experiences, we can build more stronger and meaningful relationship. And we can create a more just and equitable world for all of us to exist. I'm excited to facilitate this space and hear the stories that will be shared here today. इस ईयर का जो स्कूल इंक्लूजन समिट है वो उसका थीम है स्कूल स्पेसेस में इंक्लूजन की समझ के बारे में चर्चा करना। एंड इस स्टोरी स्पेस से हम ये भी जान पाएंगे कि कैसे एजुकेशन स्पेस में स्टोरीज, कहानियां को प्रमोट किया जा सकता है एंड जिससे हम लोग एक्सपीरियंस के बारे में पता चलेगा और हम बेहतर तरीके से एक दूसरे को शामिल कर पाएंगे। I have 3 people here today with me, Aarushi Gambhir, Sweetha and Ruma Chaturvedi. मैं सबसे पहले आरुषि गंभीर को इनवाइट करना चाहूंगी। आरुषि गंभीर is a disability inclusion strategist, writer and speaker. She has written extensively around disability in magazines, e-blogs and social media platforms. She has also worked with various organizations such as Access for Everyone, Soul Up and Volunteer for India. She is currently leading her own project called Enable Education, which works to create awareness about the needs of students with disability. Over to you, Aarushi.
Thank you, first of all, for the invitation, for the very kind invitation. And thank you, Sadekha ji, for the wonderful introduction as well. So, nothing about us without us. हमने disability space में ये statement, ये sentence कई बार सुन लिया है, कई context में सुन लिया है. And to the point कि मेरे personal opinion के मुताबिक ये line हम बहुत ही casually throw करने लग गए, right? विदाउट अंडरस्टैंडिंग कि एक्चुअली मतलब क्या है, एक्चुअली इसकी प्रैक्टिस क्या है. तो मैं आपको थोड़ा पीछे लेके जाना चाहूंगी. प्लीज कैन वी हैव द नेक्स्ट स्लाइड. थैंक यू. सो मेरी जर्नी की शुरुआत होती है एज अ राइटर, completely by chance in the midst of a COVID lockdown. And I pick up content creation because at the age of 18, for the first time, मैं और disabled लोगों के contact में आती हूँ through the power of social media. उसके पहले there was no representation of the community to me. I had seen exactly 0 disabled people, except for the kids that were under the age of 10 that I met at my physiotherapy clinic years ago, probably exactly a decade ago, right? And हालांकि ये समझ आ गया था कि कंटेंट क्रिएशन तो फुल टाइम नहीं होगा, बिकॉज नॉट माय कप ऑफ टी. बट देन आई गॉट पब्लिश्ड एज एन ऑथर, एंड एकदम लिटरेरी पीसेस थी, पोएट्री का शौक रखती थी, तो वो स्टार्ट हुआ. एंड देन एंडेड अप वर्किंग एज अ फ्रीलांस राइटर फॉर जस्ट एक्सपीरियंस एनजीओस के साथ, कि ठीक है ये भी करके देखते हैं. एंड देन आई रियलाइज ओके, this can be used, the power of my pen can be used to actually advocate for myself. पहली बात तो अपना स्टैंड लेना सीखिए, अपनी एजेंसी को लेना सीखने के लिए. और दूसरा अगेन फॉर द कम्युनिटी, बिकॉज इस कम्युनिटी में बहुत लेयर्स है. हम कुछ हैं जो कि आगे आके अपनी बात रख सकते हैं, कुछ के पास अभी वो एक्सेस होना बाकी है. वी आर वेरी वेरी फार from giving agency to actual disabled people in a lot of sectors in this country right now. राइट. लेकिन एक चीज और रियलाइज हुई थी, टिल द एज ऑफ 18 स्कूल में कुछ ऐसी चीजें हुई. आई वाज फ्रॉम एन इंक्लूसिव स्कूल, बट जब मैं काम करने लगी इस सेक्टर में एज अ राइटर, तब रियलाइज हुआ कि खुद को बहुत कुछ अनलर्न करने की जरूरत थी. स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम टर्मिनोलॉजीज, डिफरेंटली एबल्ड, स्पेशली एबल्ड और डिसेबल्ड लोगों के कनेक्ट में जब आए, तो पता लगा दैट जो हम टर्म्स यूज कर रहे हैं वो गलत है, वो एक्चुअली पेट्रोनाइजिंग है, वो यूज करे जा रहे हैं जस्ट टू डू अवे विद आवर प्रॉब्लम्स. से स्पेशल नीड्स कहना बड़ा आसान है ना, कि स्पेशल नीड्स कह दीजिए और फिर अकाउंटेबिलिटी गोज राइट आउट ऑफ द विंडो. क्योंकि ऑफ कोर्स जो स्पेशल है, जो लीग से हट कर है, उसको हम अकोमोडेट करना ही नहीं चाहते, सोचना ही नहीं चाहते, राइट? बिकॉज द वर्ल्ड इज नॉट बिल्ट दैट वे. वो खुद को अनलर्न कराया, और उसके बाद रियलाइज हुआ कि डिस्क्रिमिनेशन जो चीजें नॉर्मलाइज कर दी गई, द फैक्ट दैट लिफ्ट नहीं चल रही, क्लासेस हैं लिफ्ट नहीं चल रही, द फैक्ट दैट प्लेग्राउंड में पीटी पीरियड है लेकिन प्लेग्राउंड में व्हील चेयर जाने का कोई तरीका नहीं. नॉर्मल है ना, नॉर्मल सुन के बहुत नॉर्मल लगता, बट बाद में रियलाइज हुआ कि यार ये एक्सेस आपका राइट था, जो कि आपसे ले लिया गया, जो कि बोला गया कि यू डोंट डिजर्व इट. तो वो खुद के लिए पहले रियलाइजेशन जरूरी था कि आप किसी और के लिए एडवोकेट करो उससे ज्यादा. कैन वी हैव द नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज. राइटिंग का इस्तेमाल किया फॉर एज अ टूल टू शेयर माय ओन स्टोरी अपने मुताबिक. क्योंकि क्या होता है कि सदेखा जी ने मुझे जब बोला कि आपको यहाँ पे आना है, बोलना है, तो उन्होंने बहुत एक चीज फोकस करी, एजेंसी पे बात करो. एजेंसी तो इस बच्चे से बहुत पहले छीन ली गई थी, स्टार्टिंग में छीन ली गई थी, एट बर्थ छीन ली गई थी. व्हाई? बिकॉज एजेंसी कौन सेट कर रहा है, नैरेटिव कौन सेट कर रहा था? नैरेटिव पहले डॉक्टर्स ने सेट किया विद अ लंबी सी लिस्ट ऑफ थिंग्स दैट दिस चाइल्ड विल नेवर बी एबल टू डू. आई वाज अ चाइल्ड विद स्पाइना बिफिडा and my parents were told कि she'll be in a vegetative state, she will not study, she'll not be able to amount to much. I've just completed my master's a month back, and I am not saying this to sound inspiring. I am saying this कि अगर इस प्लेटफॉर्म पे आज की तारीख में कोई बच्चा, कोई टीचर, कोई एजुकेटर मुझे सुन रहा है, तो प्लीज स्टॉप टेलिंग चिल्ड्रन व्हाट दे कैन नॉट डू. वो लिस्ट है उनके पास बाय डिफॉल्ट. Please tell them what they can do. Please help them find what they can do, right? दैट्स वन पार्ट। मुझे अपनी स्टोरी बतानी थी। मेरी स्टोरी क्या थी? ओ पुअर थी। Every time you achieve something, it's like, oh, she achieved it despite her disability. No, she did not. I am not fighting and living battle with my disability. I am definitely fighting a battle with an inaccessible environment and with abysmally poor attitudes towards disabled. That's what I'm fighting actually. I am not saying मुझे मेरी wheelchair तो मेरा जरिया है ना to access spaces. That's not the problem. The problem is कि आप रैंप बनाना भूल गए. That's my problem. That understanding has to be given to the world. And that is where self-advocacy comes in, because accountability नहीं है ना. अगर accountability होती तो उन्हें पता होता कि अच्छा रैंप की जरूरत है, ना कि एक व्हीलचेयर यूजर को करेक्ट करने की, कोट राइट. इसलिए एडवोकेसी, इसलिए सेल्फ एडवोकेसी, बिकॉज लेट्स बी वेरी ऑनेस्ट विद आवरसेल्व्स हियर. जो पॉलिसीज बना रहे हैं इसी केबिनेट में बैठ करके, आई डोंट थिंक दे हैव स्पोकन टू अ सिंगल डिसेबल्ड पर्सन. There is no representation of disabled people in power, in politics, in bureaucracy in this country to this date. Self-advocacy is a grassroots medium. लेकिन अगर सही तरीके से, स्ट्रक्चर्ड तरीके से किया जाए, डिसेबल्ड पीपल्स ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, डीपीओ जिनको हम कहते हैं, वो अब ग्लोबल एडवोकेसी पे भी जा रहे हैं. दे आर कलेक्टिव्स ऑफ पीपल. कलेक्टिव एक स्ट्रेटा होता है जब, तो दैट वर्क्स, आप आगे लेके जा सकते हो इश्यूज. पर कलेक्टिव से पहले इंडिविजुअल को अपने खुद इश्यूज का तो आभास होना चाहिए, राइट. दैट इज वाई सेल्फ एडवोकेसी. अंडरस्टैंडिंग अपनी खुद की राइट्स, बहुत रेयरली होता है, एंड इट्स नॉट अ गुड थिंग कि डिसेबल्ड पीपल डोंट इवन हैव द अंडरस्टैंडिंग ऑफ कि आरपीडब्ल्यूडी एक्ट के अंदर है क्या. मुझे भी नहीं थी. आई एम अ बीएससी ग्रेजुएट. मेरे पास कुछ पेपर्स थे रिलेटेड डिसेबिलिटी इन माय ग्रेड. उसके दौरान मैंने पूरा एक्ट पढ़ा. जब मैं बेर एक्ट पढ़ने की जरूरत पड़ी, हम पे बोला गया नोट्स बना के लेकर आओ, तब पढ़ा. फिर दोबारा मास्टर्स में प्रोजेक्ट्स कर रही थी, उसके दौरान पढ़ा. धीरे धीरे अंडरस्टैंडिंग डेवलप होती है, क्योंकि लीगल एड, लीगल अंडरस्टैंडिंग अवेलेबल है ही नहीं. वी हैव नॉट डम्ड डाउन दीज कॉन्सेप्ट्स टू द लेवल ऑफ लेमैन. वैसे तो अगेन लॉ की अंडरस्टैंडिंग लेमैन को डेवलप कर ही नहीं जाती, बट एट द सेम टाइम अगेन फॉर डिसेबल्ड पीपल, राइट. आप क्यों बोल रहे हो कि डिसेबिलिटी सर्टिफिकेट होना चाहिए? क्यों बोल रहे हो यूडीआईडी कार्ड शुड बी अ थिंग? क्यों कैरी करना है? क्या मैं उससे अवेल कर सकती हूँ यूडीआईडी कार्ड के थ्रू? आई हैव हैड टू लर्न ऑल ऑफ दैट, बिकॉज इट डज नॉट जस्ट कम हैंडी इन हॉस्पिटल्स. दैट्स माय बेसिक ह्यूमन राइट. दैट वन शीट ऑफ पेपर has to be able to open the doors that have been traditionally closed for disabled people. And वो understanding again develop करने के लिए self advocacy, because self advocacy is no longer limited to the self. It is automatically going to become collective advocacy, वरना वो चलेगा नहीं. It will not be able to, stand its own 2 feet. Can we have the next slide, please? Larger implications. I know जो टाइटल है और जो फोटोग्राफ्स है वो थोड़ी अटपटी सी लग रही है आपस में, बट लेट मी गिव यू कॉन्टेक्स्ट, राइट. क्यों चाहिए लार्जर इम्प्लीकेशन? क्यों चाहिए सेल्फ एडवोकेसी का? क्या है? representation for this child, representation of this version who see children and their agency is anyway under a lot of scrutiny question in a country like India, जो कि largely बच्चों को एजेंसी देने में नहीं बिलीव करता, at least in the age of 18. But at the same time it's not going to work like that, especially not for children with disabilities, because that means कि उनकी आवाज कोई नहीं सुन रहा. जब आप सुन नहीं रहे हैं उनकी तकलीफें, तो बहुत बारी आप उन्हें रास्ते में डाल रहे हो अब्यूज के, रास्ते में डाल रहे हो हरासमेंट के, रास्ते में डाल रहे हो बुलिंग के, क्योंकि कोई सुनेगा नहीं उसकी. मुझे माई नाउ 4 years into this journey and wearing numerous hats as a strategist, as somebody who's worked in the education space and little bit in the employment space, मुझे ये समझ में आता है कि now the younger generation, people younger to me now need to feel like okay, कोई है जो उन्हें बता सकता है, कोई है जो उनके रास्ते से निकल चुका, उनके स्टेप्स तय कर चुका है, अब उसको एक्सपीरियंस है, हम उस एक्सपीरियंस से सीख सकते हैं, रीच आउट कर सकते हैं. सो जैसे मैं फॉर एग्जांपल, बहुत ही मंडेन से एग्जांपल, मैं आई एम द फाउंडर ऑफ अ सोशल एंटरप्राइज जो कि यूएन सपोर्टेड है, यूनाइटेड नेशंस ऑफिस ऑन ड्रग्स एंड क्राइम सपोर्ट्स अस, राइट. 1.5 साल से मीटिंग्स होती हैं, एक कॉल शेड्यूल किया जाता है. मुझे कोई भी डिसेबल्ड बच्चा अगर गाइडेंस के लिए मैसेज करता है, मैं उसको बोलती हूँ तुम अभी कॉल कर, जो काम किया जा रहा है वो रुकेगा, उस बच्चे से मेरी इमीडिएटली बात होगी, इसलिए नहीं that I owe that child something, but because if I am not doing this, that child may never be able to open up. अगर मेरे पास जरिया था, मेरे पास रिसोर्सेज थे to become a self advocate, it is my basic responsibility to extend that same hand to the other person, to the other child, to tell them बोलो. I know स्कूल में बोलने से डर लगता है, टीचर्स रेस्टिगेट कर देंगे, मार्क्स पे असर डाल देंगे, बहुत कुछ हो जाएगा, बट फिर भी बोलो, बिकॉज दैट इज योर राइट. आपकी एजेंसी, आपका पर्सनहुड किसी भी बारे में छीनने से कोई नहीं छीन सकता आपसे, right? And they have to have a sense of community, जो हमारे टाइम पे नहीं था. For 18 years I felt like I was the only person with the said disability somehow, right? Which is not true. They have to have that sense of belonging and sense of community. And of course, जैसे मैंने पहले बोला, सेल्फ एडवोकेसी से ही आप पॉलिसी लेवल एडवोकेसी में जाओगे. सेल्फ एडवोकेसी से ही आप डिसीजन मेकिंग इम्पैक्ट कर सकते, अपनी भी और एज अ लार्जर कंट्री जो कि डिसेबिलिटी रिलेटेड रूल्स, लॉज, पॉलिसीज बनाते हैं, उसको भी आप इम्पैक्ट कर सकते. बट आपके पास आपके खुद का डिसीजन मेकिंग होना चाहिए, आपको क्या करियर चूज करना. इट हैज टू बी योर कॉल. I am telling you, even if there are a number of special educators on this call, but I am sure you guys will agree कि बच्चे को क्या करियर पाथ चूज करना है. ठीक है, उसका डिसेबिलिटी इज वन कंसिडरेशन, श्योर, definitely, but let that child have a choice. Let them know their options. Let them know what they're capable of. I know for a fact, because I've been in the employment space for a brief period of time, people with disabilities get jobs that are far lower than what their caliber demands and what their degrees demand. It's the truth, because उन्हें कोई बताने वाला नहीं है, कोई काउंसिल करने वाला नहीं है what they deserve. That is my advocacy. Ultimately, I would like to actually close by saying that please engage in self-advocacy. Please engage. Yes, Sadekha ji, I will just address this in a minute. ठीक है, एंगेज इन सेल्फ एडवोकेसी, क्योंकि आप नहीं बोलेंगे तो आपके लिए कोई और नहीं बोलेगा, राइट? तो आंसर सदेखा जी इस क्वेश्चन, हाँ जी, where I was not included sorry, I think I lost the question. Can you just found it, not included. So something as simple as undergoing surgery at the age of 15. Yes, I understand I'm a minor, sure. But I knew कि this is going to just land me backwards. 6 महीने का बेड रेस्ट हो जाएगा and जो भी प्रोग्रेस फिजिकली हुई थी खराब हो जाएगी. एंड मुझे याद है इमीडिएटली पोस्ट सर्जरी, एंड बहुत ही मुंडियन सा एग्जाम्पल है, शायद मैं पॉलिसी तक तो मैं नहीं जाऊंगी. एजेंसी आप पहले ही क्लिप कर देते हो बच्चे की, राइट? डॉक्टर्स पहले ही क्लिप कर देते थे. डॉक्टर कम्स इन एंड ही आस्क्स मी वन क्वेश्चन, कहाँ पेन हो रहा है? एंड I that was a particularly painful day. It was third day of the surgery. I told him almost everything is hurting. I just don't know where to. And I'm talking like a 15-year-old. Disabled children are actually far more mature than their age, right? So I'm not talking like I'm 15. I'm talking like somebody who knows what they're saying. And this doctor, who's one of the most reputed neurosurgeons in the country, laughs to my face. He actually laughs to my face. That is where you clip agency. उसके बाद कुछ नहीं, me having painkillers every day to deal with the pain and not telling him कि pain होने, because मुझे पता है it's not gonna land anymore. Simply बहुत सिंपल सी चीज, राइट? बच्चों के 10th के एग्जाम, अगर मुझे मेरा डॉक्यूमेंटेशन कराने जाना है कि आई एम एलिजिबल फॉर एक्स्ट्रा टाइम, सिंपल सा एक डॉक्यूमेंट होता है, PWD डिसेबिलिटी सर्टिफिकेट, जो अटैच करके आप अपने बोर्ड में देते हो, स्कूल भेजता है, आपका एक्स्ट्रा टाइम का मैंडेट आ जाता है. मैंने अपना सर्टिफिकेट जब सबमिट कराया तो मुझसे बोला गया, यू हैव योर मदर कम एंड साइन फला फला अंडरटेकिंग सो दैट हम आगे भेज. क्यों जरूरत है? मैं आपको सर्टिफिकेट, एक लीगल डॉक्यूमेंट दे रही हूँ जिसके मुताबिक मैं लायबल हूँ फॉर एक्स्ट्रा टाइम, राइट? व्हाई आर यू कॉलिंग माय मदर? जरूरत ही नहीं है. आई ऑल्सो फील दैट इन अ लॉट ऑफ इंक्लूसिव स्कूल्स, parents tend to be over-involved by the teacher. Every single thing, छोटी से छोटी चीज पेरेंट के थ्रू करके जाए. क्यों जा रही है? अगर वो बच्चा, unless कि there is the nuance of intellectual disability or a very profound learning disability, I would understand कि okay जरूरत है, understanding नहीं है. But why is every single tiny thing going through a parent? अब करने दो ना, अगर बच्चा दोस्तियां कर रहा है, लड़ाई कर रहा है, हो गई उससे उसकी किसी से बहन, अनलेस कि उसने फिजिकली किसी को हार्म किया तब वो के पेरेंट को आपने इन्वॉल्व किया, हो गई उससे किसी की बहस, अब वो छोटी से छोटी चीज में पकड़ा जा रहा है जिसमें आप बाकी किसी बच्चे के पेरेंट को नहीं बुलाएंगे, पर आपने उस बच्चे के पेरेंट को बुला लिया. अब व्हाई आर यू सिंगलिंग दैट चाइल्ड? नॉट ओनली कि आप पेरेंट को बुला रहे हो बच्चा डिफेंड करने के लिए, आप बच्चे को उसकी खुद की एजेंसी नहीं दे रहे हो डिफेंड करने, उसका राइट है खुद को डिफेंड करने. आप दूसरे बच्चों को रेस्टिगेट तो नहीं कर देंगे ना बिना मतलब की, बिना उनकी बात सुन, तो आप इस बच्चे के पेरेंट को क्यों पेनलाइज कर, नोइंग फुल वेल कि ऑफ कोर्स पेरेंट का रिएक्शन अच्छा नहीं होने वाला कि उसको स्कूल में बुलाया टू एम्बैरस द पेरेंट, राइट? That is when, and policy make here again coming back higher levels पे politics के. So one of my potential topics for my thesis in my master's was political representation of people with disabilities. And my professor told me to my face, इसमें करोगी क्या, सबको पता है कि नहीं है representation, which is the truth. नहीं है, होता तो हम यहाँ नहीं होते, होता तो अभी भी डिबेट नहीं चल रहा होता कि स्पेशल स्कूल वर्सेस इंक्लूसिव स्कूल, होता तो अभी भी ये नहीं चल रहा होता कि बच्चे ने 12th कर लिया एम्प्लॉयमेंट के लिए कहाँ चाहिए, होता तो अभी भी न्यूज पे रोज आर्टिकल्स, मुझे पेरेंट्स मेरी ही टीम के, मेरी आई हैव अ टीम ऑफ 40 पीपल राइट नाउ, मेरी ही टीम में जो बच्चों के पेरेंट्स है वो मुझे आर्टिकल स्निपेट्स नहीं भेज रहे होते कि बच्चों के साथ स्कूल में ब्रूटल लेवल ऑफ फिजिकल अब्यूज हुआ है विद चिल्ड्रन विद डिसेबिलिटीज, एंड आई गेट सच स्निपेट्स ऑलमोस्ट एवरी थर्ड. अगर had rules and laws been in place, I don't think we'll be stuck at basic conversations, right? And the root of all these conversations and the root of all of this advocacy and also policy is self-advocacy. And I would encourage every young disabled individual who is capable and has the resources to self-advocate to please do it. I wish I'd done it in my school. My school life would have looked vastly different from what it did. Right? Thank you. Thank you for listening.
थैंक यू सो मच आरुषि, बहुत अच्छा लगा ये जान के कि कैसे आपने हमेशा कुछ स्टेप्स लिए टू बी एबल टू इंक्लूड योरसेल्फ और द पीपल अराउंड यू इन द सिस्टम. एंड वी have a lot of things to ask you and to get to know from you, but हम questions last में लेंगे. And अब मैं स्वीता को invite करना चाहूँगी. Sweetha मेरी is a remedial educator assisting children with learning differences and difficulties. An enthusiastic educator, she completed her master's in medical laboratory technology from Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeeth, specializing in biochemistry, and taught undergraduates for 10 years. Following this, she engaged in the role of center coordinator for a preschooler for a period of 9 years, during which she acquired her diploma in Montessori teachers training and educational leadership, administration and management. Over to you, Sweetha.
Yes, good evening. Am I audible? Am I audible? All right, yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Aarushi. Yes, that was indeed very informative, and I could really feel the feelings as you were sharing your story with us. Thank you so much. I'm very grateful to the School Inclusion Summit for inviting me to this space, and I look forward to sharing a few of my experiences with you. So, as a child, when I studied in school, I was always often aware of, an invisible line that, the teachers sort of drew between the so-called good students in class or the weaker students. And this information was sort of like, registered, like in the first standard, if you come under a particular label or a category, it would never go away. It would just be there, and as a child, I could feel the sadness that another child felt when they were not even seen in class. They're not seen, they're not heard, they're not acknowledged. The entire year would go by and the teacher would still not know that child's name. And I used to feel sad, and at the same time I used to feel guilty for not being able to even say anything about this. So when I was in charge of the preschool, I guess this felt a bit that I wanted to create a space where every child would feel that they belong, that they wouldn't have to meet a particular criteria or whatever, that only they have to do this and then they are worthy of being in that space or worthy of belonging. It did create a lot of discomfort in the beginning, because over the years, even the education that we have received was like, you do this, you are a good student and you belong here. Otherwise, you are outside the class. And turning this or flipping this narrative was not very easy. But gradually it happened, and it was very nice or very encouraging to see children open up when they were not under the pressure to perform to belong. So as time passed, I then did my diploma in learning disability management, and after a while I understood the importance of telling people, making people aware about learning differences and disabilities, because learning disability is a hidden disability. You cannot see it. It is something that comes out when the child is in the process of learning. So I conducted a workshop to increase awareness among teachers in a school, and you will not believe it, but actually 80% of the teachers were not even aware that there was something called a learning disability. This was often looked upon as, that child is very arrogant, very stubborn. They're, trying to be over smart. And the child is lazy. Things like these were what the teachers thought. And, there were teachers who actually at the end of the session told me that they felt guilty about thinking about the child in this way, when actually the child could probably have a learning disability. So after the workshop, one of the teachers, she asked me a question. She said, thank you. Today we know that, okay, there is something called a learning disability, and it is not the child trying to act smart or the child being lazy. But how do we include this child in a regular class? And that question really hit me hard. So, yes, could you please move on to the next slide? Yes, so like I said, my aim as I was coordinating activities at the preschool was, to create spaces where all children belong, irrespective of am I able to do this or be in this particular way, or am I happy today, or do I feel uncomfortable today, or do I need some space to myself? Irrespective of any of the needs that a child has, to create spaces where all children belong. Yes, next slide, please, Sadekha. Yes, so like I was telling you, after my diploma in learning disabilities, I started working as a remedial educator, and I was working with children. And the past years have truly brought me a kaleidoscope of feelings. There are moments when I have felt the pain of the child who is not able to themselves understand what they are going through. And at the same time, the twinkle, the sparkle, the light you see in the eyes of a child who finds that someone actually believes in them, someone actually sees them, that is what still keeps me going. And I remember there was this child who came in. So the saddest or the hardest part is because of the lack of awareness and resources, most of the children are identified with learning disabilities at very late, probably when they're in the sixth, seventh, or even sometimes only when they're going to write the 10th grade exam, depending on how strict the school is. So I had a child who was in the sixth grade, and it was in the sixth grade that it was realized that she was diagnosed with a learning disability. She couldn't read and she couldn't write, and she came to me. And so I told her, so the first session we came in and I gave her some paints and I told her, asked her, do you like to draw? So she said, yeah, I love drawing. So I said, you draw for some time. Let's see what comes up. And she's saying, now, today, we can draw. And she was like, I'm not allowed to draw at home. I'm not allowed to draw in school. In the drawing period, when everyone is drawing, I have to study. At home, I cannot draw because I have to study. And she was so thrilled. She couldn't believe that she could actually take people's colors and color and draw. And that is when it hit me that, we all talk about education and inclusion and all that, but who or why or what are we actually doing, Even in the school space, we take so many decisions, the principal, the management, the staff, the parents. I mean, I understand the space everyone is coming from, but do we actually listen to the ones whom these decisions are actually affecting? Yes, so yeah, the next slide, please. So yeah, that is something that I often am faced with when I work with my students, that often, they're the first feeling that when you get to talk to them is a feeling of helplessness, because they are not sure what they are going through. I mean, they know what it feels like, but they don't know how to describe it. And they have parents, teachers, and people around them either making fun of them or scolding them. So, as a remedial educator, the first thing I often try to do is to help them see that they are beyond what they've been listening to all these years. They are beyond their marks. They are beyond the rank system. They have so much more than just what they read, write, and say. And just being able to see that, oh, I can do something else, or I can even do something, gives a child a belief which then makes them move forward. Because like one of my students, she's in the 9th grade now. She told me, I'm so glad I'm not stupid, because she has heard that so much that she needed someone to tell her that that's not true. She needed an older person, an adult, to tell her that it's not true. So, as a remedial educator, there is a huge difference between remedial training and a tuition or sending a child for a extracurricular activity or a handwriting class. So the thing is, sometimes to get everyone to understand this. Like sometimes I might tell a parent that I am working on writing. So the parent will tell me, no, please, she can write. We send her for a handwriting class. Now her handwriting is very beautiful. Help her to study her lessons because she can't remember her lessons. So the problem is, the parents have also gone through an education system in which it is set mandatory, everything within a box. So sometimes, we have to collaborate with the parent and the child so that the parent understands what the child is actually facing. And this is one gap that I do try to fill in. And sometimes you have teachers in the school who will tell you, I understand all what you're doing, but see, I have been working in this school for around 20 years now. This is how we deal with these children. They will write 20 times. If they 20 times they write, and if they don't understand, we'll make them write 100 times. So you can try your methods, but we cannot do that here. So that is also another hurdle that we will have to gradually, slowly open up so that the teacher is also able to understand that all of us are on the same team, that there is no opposing side here. We are all for the child. Our priority is always the child. And yeah, like I've mentioned the slide, often unless something affects us, we don't tend to notice that. So all that we're doing is for the child, and therefore I think it's vital that we include the child also in deciding things that affect their life. Yeah. Next slide, please. So to just put it short, yeah, every child is absolutely able to learn, every child, but at their own pace. We should be willing to give them the time and the space for that. Inclusion is all over the place. You look at it on billboards, on LinkedIn, on social media. You will find it everywhere. But we need to actually, take a moment to explore what does that actually mean for a child. How does the child want to be included? Where does the child want to be included? And inclusion is again not a one size fits all. We have to empower and support so that each child moves to the next stage when they're ready. And of course, very, very important, and just like Aarushi said, representation of people, disabled people in these decision-making spaces is vital, because who else can really explain what they feel? Next slide, please. So I would just like to reiterate that inclusion going forward is a group process. It cannot be done by just one person. We all work together with the child at the center. And I look forward to more such spaces, creating newer and stronger partnerships. Thank you so much, Sadekha. Thank you.
थैंक यू सो मच स्वीता। मैं थोड़ा समराइज करना चाहूंगी जो स्वीता ने शेयर किया। सो स्वीता ने पहले ये बताया कि बच्चों को कैसे बिहेवियर के बेसिस पे कैटेगराइज किया जाता है, एंड टीचर्स को जो दिख रहा होता है क्लासरूम में वो बिहेवियर दिख रहा होता है, एंड देन उनके बेसिस पे उनका लेबल किया जाता है कि ये बच्चे लेजी है या ये बच्चे परेशान कर रहे हैं क्लासरूम में। लेकिन हम ये नहीं देख पाते कि इसके पीछे उनका कुछ नीड हो सकता है या फिर कुछ चैलेंज हो सकता है जिसके ऊपर हमको सपोर्ट करना हो सकता है। एंड स्वीता ने ब्रीफली ये बारे में भी बात की कि कैसे उनका जो एक प्री प्राइमरी में जो प्रोग्राम चलाया उन्होंने, विच इज ऑल चिल्ड्रन बिलोंग, सारे बच्चे यहाँ पर शामिल महसूस कर सके, इस पे उन्होंने काम किया। एंड उन्होंने वहां पर बच्चों को उनकी एजेंसी एक्सप्लोर करने दी। उन्होंने बच्चों को वहां पर पूछा, जैसे उन्होंने एक ड्राइंग वाला एग्जाम्पल शेयर किया कि बच्चों को पूछा गया कि आप क्या करना चाहोगे एंड नॉट कि उनको बताया गया कि आपको यही करना है। टुवर्ड्स द एंड स्वीता ने कंक्लूड करते हुए ये कहा कि इंक्लूजन इज नॉट वन पर्सन वर्क, हम सबको साथ में आना है, कोलैबोरेशन, एकजुटता बहुत जरूरी है अगर हम चाह रहे हैं कि ट्रूली इंक्लूजन हो। थैंक यू सो मच स्वीता, बहुत अच्छा लगा आपसे वो प्रैक्टिसेस जानकर जिससे हम इंक्लूजन यानी कि समावेश ला सकते हैं सिस्टम में। अब मैं रूमा को इनवाइट करना चाहूंगी। Miss Ruma Chaturvedi is a company secretary and law graduate who transitioned to special education after her son's disability diagnosis. She holds a master's in psychology, a B.Ed in special education, autism, Osmania University, and is a member of the Rehabilitation Council of India. She is certified in peers, autism, movement therapy, brain gym, and social role valorization. Ruma specializes in disability law and leads VIAM, a parent support group across UP. Over to you, Ruma.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's a privilege and pleasure to be, interacting with you all. और I have been asked to be bilingual. और चूंकि मैं कानपुर उत्तर प्रदेश से हूँ तो मुझे हिंदी बोलने में बहुत मजा आएगा। तो कहते हैं ना कि हम सभी को कहानियां सुनना बहुत अच्छा लगता है। हम कहानियां बनाते हैं, कहानी हमें बनाती है, और जो आज की ऑडियंस है मुझे लगता है वो सबसे उपयुक्त ऑडियंस है इस कहानी को सुनने के लिए। तो मैं रूमा, मैं कानपुर में पुष्पा खन्ना मेमोरियल सेंटर, एक रिहैब सेंटर है, स्पेशल नीड बच्चों के साथ काम करते हैं हम लोग। लेकिन आज मैं हूँ रूमा कुश की मम्मी, क्योंकि हम जितने भी स्पेशल नीड मदर्स हैं ना, हमारा नाम बदल जाता है, हमारा नाम सेंटर्स में बुलाया जाता है ना कुश की मम्मी। तो कुश मेरा 19 साल का बेटा है जो ऑटिज्म स्पेक्ट्रम डिसऑर्डर पे है। और जब हम बात कर रहे हैं स्कूल इंक्लूजन की या इंक्लूजन की, तो मैं इस समय की बात कर रही हूँ 2007-8 की। और मुझे हमेशा लगता था कि मेरा जो बेटा है, जैसे कि अभी स्वीता जी ने भी हिडन डिसेबिलिटी के बारे में बात करा, तो मुझे लगता था कुछ तो अलग है। मैं हर डॉक्टर के पास जाती थी, बोलती थी कुछ तो अलग है, ये अभी ऐसा नहीं करता, लेकिन सब जिसे कहते हैं ना एक सिरे से मुझे खारिज करते रहते थे, ज़्यादा पढ़ी लिखी मम्मी हो ना, तुम्हें ज़्यादा कमियां नजर आती हैं। तो इस तरह करते करते बाकी सब चीज़ें समझ आ रही थी कि भाई बहुत बदमाश हैं, बहुत इधर से उधर कभी शांत नहीं बैठ रहे हैं, कुछ चीज़ों में बहुत जुड़ाव है। उन्होंने एक जैसे कहते हैं ना हमारे ऑटिज्म के बच्चों को होता है कि उन्होंने एक रोप ले ली, स्ट्रिंग ले ली, हिला रहे हैं। लेकिन उस समय भी जो एक चीज़ जो सबसे अलग नज़र आती थी कि वो बातचीत नहीं कर रहे हैं। और हमारे समाज में ऑल ओवर द वर्ल्ड बातचीत या कम्युनिकेशन सिखाने का सबसे अच्छा तरीका होता है इसको स्कूल में डाल दो, इसको स्कूल में डाल दो। तो एज अ यंग मदर 3 साल का बच्चा लेके मैं कानपुर के जितने भी स्कूल्स थे, मैं एक स्कूल से दूसरे स्कूल गई। लेकिन वहाँ पे वो चूंकि 3 साल के बच्चों जैसा बोल नहीं रहा था, अलग व्यवहार कर रहा था, तो बहुत सारे स्कूल्स को लगता है कि भाई क्यों ही लें हम इन्हें। तो ही वॉज लाइक बीइंग टर्म्ड एज अ प्रॉब्लम चाइल्ड। बट बहुत कोशिशों के बाद, सादिका जी प्लीज नेक्स्ट स्लाइड, बहुत कोशिशों के बाद हमें एक स्कूल मिल गया कानपुर में। और लेकिन स्कूल तो मिल गया, अब होता क्या था, क्योंकि मुझे भी नहीं पता क्या दिक्कत है, और स्कूल में जो टीचर थी उसका भी हमारी सोसाइटी में इन जनरल आज भी अवेयरनेस का लेवल इतना कम है। और मैं 2009 और 10 की बात कर रही हूँ। तो मैं ये देख रही हूँ कि मैंने स्कूल के कपड़े निकाले कि वो जाना ही नहीं चाह रहे हैं स्कूल। स्कूल में मैं देख रही हूँ कि टीचर शायद उसको भी बहुत बेहतर नहीं पता था कि वो एक कोने में बैठे हुए हैं, बहुत सारे बिहेवियर्स हो रहे हैं, चीज़ें हो रही हैं, सब बच्चे ABCD पिकअप कर रहे हैं, वो 6 महीने जाने के बाद भी सेटल नहीं हो पा रहे हैं, रो रहे हैं। एंड इट वॉज लाइक एज अ पेरेंट मैं पूछ रही हूँ कि क्या दिक्कत है, मैं कैसे हेल्प कर सकती हूँ। टीचर का भी लेवल है कि वो कोशिश कर रही है, वो वही सब चीज़ें कर रही है जो और बच्चों के साथ कर रही है, बट इट्स नॉट वर्किंग विद माई चाइल्ड। फॉर्चुनेटली उस समय देयर वाज वन काउंसलर हु गॉट इनटू द स्कूल सेटअप, और उन्होंने मुझे बताया कि देखिए मैडम, देयर आर सम रेड फ्लैग्स विद योर चाइल्ड एंड आई विल सी, कि मुझे लग रहा है कि शायद ही इज ऑन द स्पेक्ट्रम, अब आप डॉक्टर्स को दिखाइए, देखिए आगे आप क्या कर सकते हैं। Unfortunately, at that point of time in Kanpur, there were not much facilities available. तो कहते हैं ना, एक एज अ मदर, एज अ फैमिली, आप क्या करें? 3-3.5 साल का बच्चा है, थेरेपीज की भी जरूरत है, स्कूल का कुछ हो नहीं रहा है। सो वी टुक अ वेरी बोल्ड डिसीजन। हम लोग शिफ्ट हुए दिल्ली। तो मैं अपने बेटे को लेके दिल्ली गई। वहाँ पे हमने कोशिश करी कि हम थेरेपीज कराएं, जो भी हमें थेरेपीज वहाँ पे बताई गई। उनका डायग्नोसिस हमें मिला ऑटिज्म स्पेक्ट्रम डिसऑर्डर और ADHD का। लेकिन साथ ही साथ एज अ यंग मदर, हम सब के जहन में स्कूल इतना भरा होता है ना कहीं हम सभी को लगता है कि हमारा बच्चा स्कूल जरूर जाए। सादिका जी, नेक्स्ट स्लाइड। सो वी वेंट टू स्कूल इन दिल्ली। हमें बताया गया कि यहाँ पे एक इंक्लूसिव स्कूल है, आप जाइए। उस समय व्हाट वाज देयर कि वहाँ पे एक अर्ली इंटरवेंशन सर्विसेज होती थी। एंड आई एम वेरी जेन्युइनली, वेरी ऑनेस्टली शेयरिंग माय स्टोरी। तो वहाँ पे एक ग्रुप था जहाँ पे सारे स्पेशल नीड बच्चे थे, और देयर माय सन वाज अ पार्ट। एंड वी ऑल्सो हैड टू वॉलंटियर, लाइक वी मदर्स हैड टू वॉलंटियर once or twice a week टू हेल्प। तो वो एक बहुत परफेक्ट सा सिस्टम था। हम भी सीख रहे थे, जहाँ जहाँ हमें जो भी थेरेपीज के लिए बताया जा रहा था हम जा रहे थे। और दैट वाज द टाइम जहाँ पे हमने ऑटिज्म के बारे में सीखा। लेकिन वो कहते हैं ना कि थिंग्स आर नॉट दैट इजी। हमने 1-1.5 साल वहाँ के अर्ली इंटरवेंशन सेटअप में स्पेंड किए, और फिर टाइम था कि उसके बाद शायद उन्हें मेन स्ट्रीम कर लिया जाए, जो उनका नॉर्मल इंक्लूसिव सेटअप था उसमें उनको ले लिया जाए। जब वो समय आया तो मुझे बोला गया कि द चाइल्ड इज स्टिल नॉट रेडी टू गेट इनटू द मेन स्ट्रीमिंग। अब जिसे कहते हैं ना, अब इतनी मेहनत कर रहे हैं, घर बार छोड़ के एक नए अनजान शहर में पड़े हुए हैं, सिर्फ बच्चे को स्कूल में एडमिशन मिल जाए। एंड आई टेल यू वेरी फ्रॉम द डेप्थ ऑफ माई हार्ट, आई वेंट टू ईच एंड एवरी स्कूल, इंक्लूसिव स्कूल, सो कॉल्ड इंक्लूसिव स्कूल इन दिल्ली, टू गेट एडमिशन। लेकिन everywhere I was told कि भाई the child is not ready enough to get into the mainstreaming. And वहाँ पे 2 पर्सपेक्टिव्स होते हैं कि भाई एक स्कूल का पर्सपेक्टिव है कि ये अभी क्लासरूम में नहीं बैठ सकता है। दूसरा पर्सपेक्टिव होता है हमारा कि हमें एज अ पेरेंट लगता है कि आप जब उसे अपॉर्चुनिटी देंगे नॉर्मल न्यूरोटिपिकल बच्चों के साथ बैठने की, तभी तो द चाइल्ड विल गेट दोज अपॉर्चुनिटीज एंड विल गेट मेन स्ट्रीम। सो ये वाली जो कश्मकश है, दिस स्ट्रगल, एंड आई कैन से इट ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ अ लॉट ऑफ पेरेंट्स, इज स्टिल कंटिन्यूइंग एवरीवेयर इन इंडिया। Then I was very, very dejected. जैसे I got a very sharp blow कि अभी इतने साल रहे हैं and then we are not getting the admission, what we should do. So we were, and at that point of time as a parent, I would also like to share कि हमें ये लगा कि जिस setup में हम रह रहे हैं, it's not a very natural setup. I should go back to my roots, at least because his father used to come only on weekends. So I felt this is not the right setup. Let me go back to Kanpur, जहाँ पे हमारी roots हैं. At least he will get his father, he'll get his grandparents. और कहते हैं ना, जैसे जैसे आपको ऑटिज्म की समझ आती है तो आपको लगता है ये सोशल कम्युनिकेशन डिफिकल्टी है, और जब आप उसको सोशल सेटअप ही नहीं दे रहे हो तब आप कैसे? सो वी ऑल लर्न बाय ट्रायल एंड एरर। देन वी गॉट बैक टू कानपुर। मेरी कहानी में हम कानपुर वापस आते हैं अराउंड 2012। लेकिन जो कहते हैं ना, जो कोर चैलेंज है वो सेम रहता है कि अब आप कानपुर तो आ गए हैं ना, आपके पास थेरेप्यूटिक सपोर्ट है ना स्कूल है। हाउ विल यू गो वहाँ पे? एंड आई एम टेलिंग यू अबाउट दिल्ली के स्कूल की कंडीशंस, तो वेरी वेल यू कैन इमेजिन कि कानपुर की क्या स्थिति होगी। सो आई डिड एज अ पेरेंट, एज अ मदर, है ना, कि यू विल गो टू ईच एंड एवरी एक्सटेंट। तो हमारे घर के पास एक छोटा सा स्कूल हुआ करता था। आई वेंट देयर, आई सेड आई वॉलंटियर्ड, आई सेड आई एम जस्ट डूइंग बीइंग विद माय सन, आप मुझे रख लो, मैं भी हेल्प करूंगी स्कूल को चलाने में, एंड माय सन लेट हिम बी देयर, आई विल बी देयर। सो दैट्स हाउ वी डेवलप दैट इकोसिस्टम। वहाँ पे 40 बच्चे थे। हम लोगों ने कोशिश करी, कुछ के जो होम प्लान्स हैं, हम डिफरेंट फ्रॉम दिल्ली, मुंबई, बैंगलोर से लेके आते थे। इवन इन्वाइटेड स्पेशल एजुकेटर्स लाइक स्वीथा जी, and they were very good that they flew down all the way from Bangalore to Kanpur, और उन्होंने हमारे टीचर्स को, लोकल टीचर्स को सेंसिटाइज किया। और जैसे अभी स्वीता जी बहुत ही अच्छी बात कह रही थी कि जो भी स्पेशल एजुकेशन की टेक्निक्स हैं वो रॉकेट साइंस नहीं है। अगर वो हमारे स्पेशल बच्चों के लिए काम करती हैं तो हमारे न्यूरोटिपिकल बच्चों के लिए भी बहुत बेहतर काम करती हैं। एंड वी वर एबल टू गेट अ लॉट मोर किड्स, और हम लोग एक अच्छा सिस्टम चला रहे थे जहाँ पे नेक्स्ट स्लाइड सादिका जी प्लीज, जिसमें नेक्स्ट नेक्स्ट हाँ, जिसमें हम लोगों ने एक्स्ट्रा करिकुलर्स में बहुत किया। जैसे आप देख रहे हैं छोटे से हमारे कुश हैं जो हनुमान बने हुए हैं, और अभी हम लोग बात कर रहे हैं सितारे जमी पर, तो हमारे बच्चे जो हैं पढ़ाई के साथ साथ उन्हें इन सब चीज़ों में बहुत मज़ा आता है। तो ये सारी चीज़ें करी, बट अभी जब हम रिट्रोस्पेक्ट में कहानी सुना रहे हैं तो ये कहानी सुनाने में बहुत अच्छी लग रही है, लेकिन जब उस समय जो कठिनाइयाँ इन अ सेकेंड टायर सिटी फॉर इंक्लूजन हमें लड़नी पड़ी, I don't think I can sum it up ever in 10 minutes, Sadhika. I'm sorry for that. तो coming back कि इंक्लूसिव, अब बात आती है कि 4th 5th तक हम लोग जो बेसिक लिटरेसी का लेवल है वहां तक पहुंच गए कुछ के साथ, लेकिन इंक्लूजन इज गुड, इंक्लूसिव एनवायरनमेंट इज गुड, बट कहीं ना कहीं एज पेरेंट हमने रियलाइज करा उसके लेवल को देख के कि जो भी कुछ 5th 6th में पढ़ाया जाने वाला है प्रॉबेबली ही इज नॉट रेडी टू अंडरस्टैंड दैट, बहुत स्ट्रगल रखने वाली है, और शायद वो कॉन्सेप्ट्स जो हैं वो आगे यूज भी नहीं होने वाले हैं। तो इट वाज अ वेरी हार्ड डिसीजन, बिकॉज एज अ पेरेंट यू ऑलवेज वांट, नहीं पढ़ाई तो होनी चाहिए, बट वी टुक दैट डिसीजन, नहीं आप फंक्शनल लिटरेसी करो। सादिका जी प्लीज नेक्स्ट स्लाइड। और साथ ही साथ आप वो काम करो जिसमें आपका मन लगता है। तो वी डिसाइडेड ऑन पहला पॉइंट फंक्शनल लिटरेसी, दूसरा पॉइंट था आपका इंटरेस्ट। तो इंटरेस्ट में हमने देखा कि इनको खाना बनाने में ही इज वेरी इंटरेस्टेड इन कुकिंग, सो वी एक्सपोज्ड हिम टू कुकिंग। थर्ड थिंग वाज कि एज अ पेरेंट यू ऑल्सो फील आगे क्या होगा, तो कंप्यूटर्स में मोस्ट ऑफ आर बच्चेस ऑन द स्पेक्ट्रम दे आर वेरी इंटरेस्टेड, सो वी डिड कंप्यूटर्स एंड स्पोर्ट्स। स्पोर्ट्स में when we are talking about inclusion and when we are talking about कि किस चीज में, तो इंक्लूजन इज नॉट ओनली इन स्कूल कॉन्टेक्स्ट, सोसाइटी के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में। तो ऐसे वी डिडंट रियलाइज कि उसको पावर लिफ्टिंग अच्छा लगता है, उसने हमने बहुत सारे स्पोर्ट्स उसके साथ ट्राई करे, एंड देन फाइनली जो चॉइस और एजेंसी की बात है कि भाई ही हैड रीच टू दैट लेवल, भाई तुम्हें पसंद क्या आता है, तो उनको लगा कि हाँ ये जो स्पोर्ट है इसमें एक बार जाऊं मैं, उठाऊं रखूं, ये मेरे लिए सही है। वेरी हैप्पी टू शेयर दैट ही गॉट शॉर्टलिस्टेड फॉर बर्लिन स्पेशल समर ओलंपिक्स 23 में, और अभी वो तैयारी कर रहे हैं आगे के लिए। और साथ ही साथ पढ़ाई लिखाई में वी कंटिन्यूड विद इट कि तुम अपने पेस पे 10th 12th जब तक तुमको करना है तुम करो। तो उन्होंने अपना खूब अच्छे से समय लेके NIOS से 10th 12th पास किया, और उसके बाद सादिका नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज। And then we got him into Bachelor's of Hotel Management and Catering at Kanpur University. और वहाँ पे भी यूनिवर्सिटी लेवल पे भी हम लोगों ने ऐसा नहीं है कि चैलेंजेस कभी ख़त्म होने वाले हैं, या जैसे आरुषि बता रही थी लड़ाई कभी ख़त्म होने वाली है, तो वहाँ पे भी हम लोगों ने इनके लिए जो भी एकोमोडेशंस हैं वो उसके लिए अप्लाई करा, हमें मिले भी। साथ ही साथ जो प्रैक्टिकल्स होते हैं, तो जो सेंसिटाइजेशन की बात होती है इंक्लूजन में, वो अभी भी चल रही है, क्योंकि अगेन एक चीज मैं जरूर यहाँ पे पॉइंट आउट करना चाहूंगी कि जो इस तरीके के हम लोग डायलॉग्स कर रहे हैं और संवाद कर रहे हैं, और ऑलमोस्ट मैं देख सकती हूँ अराउंड 125 लोग जुड़े हुए हैं, तो इसमें बहुत जरूरी है कि वो बच्चा डिफरेंट है तो उसके लिए दूसरे लोग और क्या कर सकते हैं। सो वी आर अप्रोचिंग कुशेस जो कलीग्स हैं, जो क्लासमेट्स हैं, कि हाउ ही कैन बी मेड पार्ट ऑफ जब उनके प्रैक्टिकल्स हो रहे हैं, क्योंकि भाई वो उतनी तमीज और उतनी सलीके से तो खाना बनाने में पार्टिसिपेट नहीं करेंगे, बट प्लीज आप उनको इंक्लूड करें। सो अगेन इट्स अ वर्क इन प्रोग्रेस। एंड नेक्स्ट स्लाइड सादिका जी प्लीज। सो व्हाट माई जर्नी से मैं ये कहना चाहूंगी, और जो हम सब, चूंकि हम लोग जो हम लोगों ने लर्निंग्स ली कुछ के साथ, वो हम हमारा जो इंक्लूसिव स्कूल है कानपुर में उसमें हम लोग इम्प्लीमेंट कर रहे हैं। एंड पेरेंट सपोर्ट ग्रुप की जो बात करी है, जो हम लोग कानपुर और अराउंड एरियाज में चला रहे हैं, जिसमें हमारी पूरी कोशिश है कि लेट अस कम टुगेदर। जैसे आरुषि हैं, आप अपने लिए एडवोकेट कर सकती हैं, बट जो हमारे बच्चे हैं हिडन डिसेबिलिटी के, विद इंटेलेक्चुअल डिसेबिलिटी, विद ऑटिज्म, तो कहीं ना कहीं हमें उनके लिए आवाज बनना पड़ेगा। एंड आई वुड एंड इट बाय सेइंग, एक संस्कृत का बहुत हम लोगों का बहुत मोटो वाला श्लोक है, श्रद्धेन निरंतरे दीर्घकालीन प्रयत्नम। श्रद्धा से निरंतर दीर्घ काल तक प्रयत्न करने से सफलता मिलती है। And I just request to Meet and all the people who have joined in to continue with this dialogue. And we are eternal positivists. Together, we will make a difference for our children, and probably we'll leave a better future for them. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Ruma. Thank you for coming up and sharing your journey. I would just like to summarize what Ruma shared. So, Ruma shared that how communication is seen, that like we need to admit the child in the school so that unka communication ठीक हो जाए, and how society or the system has stereotype communication as well. She also mentioned that she has been a parent advocate for her child. And while the child was very young, the counselor identified that there are some of the needs of the child, and that's how she got to know about autism. She has also volunteered in their early intervention center in Kanpur, where she understood about what is autism and how do we support children with autism. And initially she was not allowed to be there with the child, but then she had to request people so that people give her that space, so that she is there in the classroom, she is there to support the child. She also mentioned that how she focused on functional literacy and what the child is interested to do, and not like just bombarding the child with doing everything that the other children of their age is doing. She also emphasized on two more things, which is one is sensitizing different stakeholders into the system about disability and inclusion. And she also mentioned that she is running a parent support group where the intent is the parents come together and students who are still finding it challenging to speak for themselves. And this parent support group is a space for these parents, for students to come together and support each other. Thank you so much, Ruma. And मैं अभी हम हमारा स्पेस ओपन अप करेंगे फॉर क्वेश्चंस। एंड मैं सबसे पहला सवाल स्वीथा से करना चाहूंगी। Since Sweetha, since you mentioned about supporting students in a group and working on inclusion in that group, what do you think a mainstream teacher can do to include each and every student in decision making? कोई एक चीज जो आपको लगता है टीचर्स क्लासरूम में कर सकते हैं जिससे सारे बच्चे डिसीजन मेकिंग का हिस्सा बन सके?
Yeah, thank you, Sadekha, for the question. Yes, so the primary or the door to including every child in decision making is when every child in the class truly feels that the teacher sees them. It is the connection that the teacher builds with each child in the classroom. And this connection is the first step, because unless a child feels that what they say or feel matters, they are not going to open their mouth or express their ideas or desires. So the first thing which every teacher, anyone can do towards enabling agency for a child is to see each child, to see them without any labels, without any prejudice, without any nothing. Just see them as a child who came there to learn. That, I think, is the first step. Yeah.
Thank you, Sweetha. That's so powerful to see a child as a child is coming here for learning. And I would now like to invite Aarushi and ask her how will she feel if she is a student in a classroom जहाँ पर वो प्रैक्टिस अपनाई जा रही है जो अभी स्वीता ने मेंशन की।
this is the backbone of my journey as an advocate. A lot of times पूरे school time, for that matter, जब भी आप share करें कि somebody did something, या somebody said something, classmates have they've unknowingly done something that pinched a little. Excuse ये होता था that that they are a bacha, they are kids. I was a kid again. I was 13, I was 10, I was 8, right? So that part. And if you see a child just as a child, that makes it easier. That is the problem कि जब एक visible disability होती है, invisible disabilities के अपने challenges होते हैं, visible disability के साथ वो बच्चे का label वो disability बन जाता है. And then हम भूल जाते हैं, teachers sometimes tend to forget कि ultimately था तो बच्चा, ultimately था तो एक person जो left out feel कर रहा था. And अगर आप simply उसको इस तरीके से treat करो that yes they're a child, that makes them okay, they're allowed to make mistakes, they're allowed to have agency, they're allowed to just be, and that helps them grow into themselves. That agency, being allowed to be a child is what helps children actually figure out what they want, right? Because कोई pressure नहीं है ना, कोई आपको बता नहीं रहा है कि okay you have a disability, you can't do this. The child knows, उसको already पता है कि मैं क्या नहीं कर सकता, कोई बात नहीं, उसको उसकी लिमिटेशन पता है, लेकिन उसको वो भी फिगर आउट करने का स्पेस तो दीजिए कि वो क्या कर सकता है. एंड आई थिंक calling a child first actually gives that child that space. So for me, अगर ऐसा होता, I think life would have been a lot different, and I would maybe or maybe not have actually ended up as a self-advocate. शायद जरूरत ही ना पड़ती.
थैंक यू सो मच आरुषि. आई फील एट उम्मीद वी डू टॉक अबाउट लेबल्स. हम बात करते हैं कि लेबल्स कितना इफेक्ट करते हैं किसी इंसान को, एंड लेबल्स का इस्तेमाल कैसे किया जा रहा है, दैट इज इम्पोर्टेंट. इफ इट इज गोइंग टूवर्ड्स सेग्रीगेशन एंड बुलिंग, देन दैट इज नॉट करेक्ट. बट हो सकता है कि डायग्नोसिस के टाइम पे हमको लेबल के बारे में बात करनी पड़े, बट डिसेबिलिटी के बारे में बात करनी पड़े, बट इट शुड नॉट लीड टू एक्सक्लूजन एंड सेग्रीगेशन. थैंक यू सो मच आरुषि. एंड मैं रुमा को इनवाइट करना चाहूंगी, एंड आई वुड इनवाइट हर टू शेयर what helped you, Ruma, to be a parent advocate, a caregiver advocate for your child, and how do you feel now after going through this journey? How do you feel?
Yeah, see, I was pushed against the wall. I had no other option. So life becomes very easy. This is what I had to do. And what I feel right now is that obviously I've been able to help my son, and in the process, whatever learnings I've got through that process, now we have been able to sort of impart, or sort of collaborate and sort of work with a lot of families in and around my city, because it's very, very important to have support and facilities in your immediate vicinity. So this is what actually helps, has helped me, right? This is what I would want to say. And I would just want to add to your previous question, like, you will forget what the teacher taught, but throughout your life, you will always remember how he or she made you feel. And this is equally applicable to our population as well. So I think each and every teacher should be mindful of the way, not the child's behavior, his or her behavior is equally important. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruma. I would like to open up the space for all three of you and invite you all to share कोई एक चीज जो आप कहना चाहेंगे सारे स्टेक होल्डर्स से जो सिस्टम में है, जो इंक्लूजन के तरफ काम कर रहे हैं. there's anything that you would like to convey or if you would like to address very briefly, अगर आप कोई एक चीज बताना चाहेंगे, and anyone can go, maybe Aarushi, Sweetha, and then Ruma.
So
thank you. Sorry, ma'am, you can go ahead.
Okay. As a parent, what I would like to sort of convey, to the caregivers also is to have realistic expectations, but also give them opportunity, because no one actually knows what they are capable of unless and until they are given that full choice, full freedom to explore their potential. This is what my advice to each and every caregiver is. Thank you. Aarushi, please go ahead.
Yeah, so I think my advice to people with disabilities, to students rather with disabilities, see, compared to my generation, is generation में बहुत awareness. They know what they're doing, they know what needs to be said, and they know where they need to say it. Use it. If you're disabled, if you need accommodations, if you think your rights are being violated, if you think your access is violated, please use it. Stop being scared. Constitutional rights आपके हैं. RPWD Act आपके लिए बनाया गया था. अगर आपके अगेंस्ट डिस्क्रिमिनेशन हो रहा है, please talk about it and stop being scared कि स्कूल से निकाल दिया जाओगे. नहीं होता है, राइट? एक बहुत बड़ा फियर इन एन इंक्लूसिव सेटअप ये होता है बच्चे का कि हमारे मार्क्स पे असर पड़ेगा अगर पेरेंट जाता है या अगर हम जाते हैं टू से कंप्लेन टू द हायर अथॉरिटीज अबाउट अ टीचर, एंड नो मैटर हाउ लेजिटिमेट अ कंप्लेंट इज, बीन देयर डन दैट, एंड आई कैन टेल यू शायद पढ़ भी सकता है सर. मैं नहीं बोल रही हूँ कि नहीं पढ़ता, रियलिस्टिकली स्पीकिंग पढ़ भी सकता, बट एट द सेम टाइम it is your right to go and say what needs to be said, because it is better कि आप थोड़े से कम मार्क्स से निकल जाओ as opposed to आप ऐसे निकलो कि आप accommodation नहीं थी, आप बिल्कुल ही you have not been able to do justice to your academic areas, and that is one part. So please use your voice. In accessibility देखते हैं तो please talk about it. It is not normal to not have accessibility. It is not normal to be treated like a second class citizen, quote unquote, in your own country, in your own space. It is your fundamental right. Please start talking about it, make noise about it. Tabhi change aayega. And to also to non-disabled folks, please understand inclusion is a fundamental right to anybody can be disabled at any point. तो अगर आप इनएक्सेसिबिलिटी देख रहे हो तो टीचर्स ऑल्सो, अगर आपको दिख रहा है इनएक्सेसिबिलिटी है आपके स्कूल्स में, स्टार्ट टॉकिंग अबाउट इट, स्टार्ट क्रिएटिंग नॉइज अबाउट इट, बिकॉज जब तक आप पार्टनरशिप्स नहीं फॉर्म करते हो डिसेबल्ड और नॉन डिसेबल्ड, मेजॉरिटी और माइनॉरिटी के बीच, हम इंक्लूजन नहीं फॉस्टर कर पाएंगे. एंड दैट इज अगेन व्हाई पीपल लाइक Sweetha ji and people like Ruma ji's voices are also so important, because again they belong to the non-disabled majority, but also actually work with people with disabilities first, as caregivers, as special educators. That's why their voices are also important. So one, partnerships to please snatch your agencies if you're not given them, because I'm sorry to say this, but plate पे रख के एजेंसी कोई सर्व हमारे को अभी भी नहीं कर रहा है 2025, right? So start talking. Thank you.
Thank you, Aarushi. Sweetha.
Yeah, the first thing I would like to reiterate on is, to for all our dear parents and teachers and all those who are directly working with children and taking care of children, is to please see the child and to listen to them, keeping aside all our beliefs, ideas, to just see the child and listen to them. They will tell you what they want. And the second thing is, what we are talking about, what we are looking forward to, what we are trying to create, we don't have to do it in a day, but every step we take makes a difference. So don't think anything you do is small or not good enough. We are each of us enough. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone, and a huge gratitude to Ruma, Aarushi, and Sweetha for being there in this space and sharing your experiences. And we really hope that we are able to create inclusive and safe spaces for each and everyone out there. Thank you so much for being a part of this discussion. हम एक छोटा सा ब्रेक लेंगे. Thank you, Aarushi. हम एक छोटा सा ब्रेक लेंगे. We will be coming back in next 4 minutes, which is 3:30, and we are going to have some experiential and exciting activities when we come back at 3:30. जैसे समिट के शुरुआत में मॉर्निंग में हमने बात की थी कि दिस स्पेस इज ऑल्सो टू एक्सपीरियंस इंक्लूजन कैसे दिखता है. सो हम वेलबींग एंड एक्सपीरियंशियल एक्टिविटी करने वाले हैं 3:30 को. सो वी कैन लॉग इन हियर. हम यहीं लॉग इन रहेंगे, बट हम 3:30 को शुरुआत कर सकते हैं. वी कैन जस्ट टेक अ स्ट्रेच ब्रेक. वी कैन जस्ट गेट अप फ्रॉम आवर सीट्स एंड मूव. Thank you so much, everyone, for Thank you so much, everyone, for joining back again. I would like to proceed for the next space now. We have Wellbeing space. There are 3 different spaces. The first one is Storytelling by Alpana Arha and Veena Verma. The next one is Music by Agniva Pal. And the third one is Creative Ways to Expression by Apeksha Harsh. The host will put you into different breakout rooms as per what you chose while you were filling out this form. वो space होने के बाद we will close for the day today, and hoping to see many of you in the day 2 session, which is in person at Mumbai. बाकी की सारी डिटेल्स आपको ब्रेकआउट में दे दी जाएगी फॉर टुमारो। थैंक यू सो मच एवरीवन।
Tezin, can we start the breakout rooms?
Hi. I think I got onto the wrong group. Could you connect me to the narrative story one, the storytelling?
Hi, Pooja. Please share which role are you supposed to be in?
Could you please put me in the storytelling group, the narrative storytelling?
Storytelling. Okay.
Yes. Yes, thank you.
Can all of you please join the breakout room? If you are not able to join the breakout room, please send me a message